Welcome to the regular meeting of the LUSD Redistricting Commission for Wednesday, October 27th, 2021 at 4 p.m. Let's begin with the roll call.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner DeHaan?
Here.
Commissioner Gruhl?
Here. Sorry, here.
Thank you. Commissioner Hernandez?
Present.
Commissioner Hurtado?
I'm here.
Commissioner Johnson?
Here.
Commissioner Lopez Ledesma?
Here.
Commissioner Lundquist?
Here.
Commissioner Rapeni?
Here.
Commissioner Antonio Sanchez?
Here.
Commissioner Waite?
Here.
Commissioner Franco?
Here.
Vice Chair Ambriz?
Here. Hi, everyone.
And Chair Sanchez.
Present.
We have 13 members and a quorum.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. So next, any disclosure of ex parte communications to report? Okay, Commissioner Waite.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I met with, or actually, I should say, I spoke with Tanya Ortiz Franklin, my school board member, Saturday morning, just to update on the schedule.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
Commissioner Waite. Oh, I was like, what's that? Oh, the cat. Any other ex parte communication for commissioners?
Yeah, I'm trying to find my note.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Johnson.
It was yesterday, which was 26th, I believe, about 8:30. I got a text regarding the new map submittals for revisions to map 2 from Carolyn Fowler, and just confirming that it was going to be on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner DeHaan?
Thank you. Yesterday around noon, I spoke to LA City Council President Mayor Martinez's Chief of Staff, Aquilita Hernandez.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez Ledesma?
Commissioner
Thank
DeHaan, did you mean, just to be clear, did you mean Ackley Padilla?
Yes, I did. I'm sorry. What did I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Thank you. I'm about to have my coffee. I will be very sharp shortly.
Okay,
I
thank
didn't
you.
even catch. I didn't even catch that. Okay. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I also spoke with Ackley Hernandez, and I was Ackley Padilla yesterday at 4:35 p.m. I think there had been some confusion of me whether or not I was gonna be in attendance, but no, yeah, I'm reassured everything was good here. So yeah, that's it.
Great.
Mi-
Any other
Mr.
commission? Oh, go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair, before we go to the next one, can we do a Spanish interpretation announcement very quickly?
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Sorry. So Andres, go ahead. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you, Luis. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Bienvenidos a nuestra reunión de redistribución de distritos electorales en lo que respecta a este proceso democrático, y queremos que todos ustedes que necesiten interpretación pueden ir a la parte inferior de la pantalla, donde usted va a poder escoger su idioma. Ahí el icono, que es como un globo o una esfera, en la cual usted podrá localizar su idioma para que lo pueda escuchar simultáneamente. Nuevamente, gracias por estar aquí y bienvenidos.
Okay. Thank you, Andres. So did we have anyone else for any ex parte communication before we move on to the next item? Okay, nothing else to report. So I believe today we do have a discussion with neighborhood council representatives on neighborhood council resolutions or community impact statements. We have someone today to address this, right, Andrew?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just lost them. Yeah, so we have Jamie York from the Reseda Neighborhood Council, who Reseda Neighborhood Council issued a community impact statement on our work. And so Mr. York should be allowed to speak and given a total of 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Has he joined us? Bring him in to address the commissioners.
Hi,
There we go. Thank
can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So we voted last night and submitted a community impact statement. We feel very strongly that Reseda needs to be contained in one district with other Valley schools. I think I have time to read this through. So the Reseda Neighborhood Council, understanding that the commission's work is nearly complete, nonetheless requests a minor change to the currently proposed maps. And we'd also like to raise a red flag on the currently circulating revised Sanchez map. As of this writing, the publicly available draft maps are not in compliance with the commission's goal to maintain communities of interest as much as possible. In accordance with that principle, Reseda must remain in a single district. Whichever map is adopted, Reseda must remain whole and not be split into 2 school board districts. In addition, we desire to stay with other neighborhoods located in the valley rather than be included with coastal communities that do not reflect the needs of our students. We do not believe that students in the Pacific Palisades reflect the characteristics of students in Reseda, nor do they face the same struggles. If these maps reflect a desire to keep communities of schools together, then we also suggest that there should be a similar focus on keeping neighborhoods together. Indeed, areas such as Studio City and Sherman Oaks are more similar to District 4 than they are to District 3, and this change could easily be made and allowed for contiguous maps. This would respect both communities of schools and neighborhoods. Moreover, the publicly available draft maps are not in compliance with the commission's stated value of promoting civic engagement. The draft maps split Reseda into 2 districts, 3 and 4, but this disenfranchises the portion of Reseda which will have their LAUSD representative changed. This is particularly concerning since under the current commission-approved city council redistricting proposal, Reseda is similarly changed and our entire neighborhood is disenfranchised and having our representative switched out from under us. Should our community have to face a drastic change to both of our elected representatives? Additionally, we want to flag about a particular school in our area. The decision to split Reseda between 2 LAUSD districts, one of which it's never been associated with, is puzzling. It's puzzling until you can understand that there's a very controversial charter school, Citizens of the World Charter, taking space from one of our elementary schools, Shirley Avenue Elementary. Splitting Reseda between 2 districts, it appears motivated by a desire to move Shirley Avenue Elementary into a district with a representative more friendly to Citizens of the World Charter School, which shares space with Shirley Avenue. But the Citizens of the World School sharing space arrangement has been a hot button issue in our local community, in part due to funds owed by this charter school to LAUSD totaling over $1 million in over-allocation penalties. These over-allocations have stripped Shirley Elementary of their therapy rooms and robotics programs. Citizen of the World, it takes resources from our local schools and local children, but yet it enrolls significantly less English language learners, less children with disabilities, and less socioeconomically disadvantaged children compared to Shirley. These maps would resolve that issue by removing the elected representative from the area, but that's not a resolution. This is exactly the kind of thing that any redistricting process that claims to be independent must avoid. There's no apolitical reason why Shirley Avenue should be split from the rest of Reseda. Please take this opportunity to play fair. We also wanted to flag the Sanchez map. We feel that it's a late coming map that does not allow for significant community participation. And moreover, it does continue to do the expressed opposite request of Reseda citizens who have continued to voice their opposition to disenfranchisement through this redistricting process. Reseda must remain entirely in District 3 as we don't share common interests with District 4 and have no history of being within that district. Our higher poverty rate and higher amount of ESL students do not share a community of interest with Pacific Palisades, Brentwood, and Bel Air. We have no faith that our schools and students will be well represented, competing among the voices who preside predominantly over the Hill. Moreover, we strongly believe that it's in the best interest of San Fernando Valley students to be kept whole in one district rather than having multiple districts which cross the 405. The Reseda Neighborhood Council is in agreement with the Los Angeles Times editorial board that's called for a truly independent redistricting commission. Political self-interest has superseded the needs of our community throughout this process, so we ask the commission to respect and honor the voices of our community. Do not disenfranchise us and keep our community whole. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. So now we'll, for today, because now we're going to be moving to agenda items. For today, what we're going to do is we're going to do public comment before each section. So that essentially for section 1, 2, 3, or 4, folks would have 1 minute to speak to give everyone the amount of time to speak, and also for us to have the time to deliberate on a potential map tonight. And so because of that, we will actually start with item number 2, and then return back to 1, 3, and 4, knowing that item 2 is the item that will take most of our time today. So I'm not sure if, so we will begin with public comment first. And so I know I'll pass it over to Gladys that would kind of repeat those instructions, as well as the city attorney.
Andrew, do you want to read item 2 into the record first?
Sure, Mr. City Attorney. Item number 2 is commission discussion and possible action on a final map recommendation and final report to the Los Angeles City Council.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. In conformity with state law AB 361, September 16, 2021, and due to concerns over COVID-19, the Los Angeles Unified School District Redistricting Commission meetings will be conducted entirely telephonically. Members of public comment via Zoom webinar on the items listed on the agenda should click on the raise hand function to request to speak. Members of the public who would like to offer public comment via phone on the items listed on the agenda should call 1-669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 161-077-4991 and then press pound. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press *9 to request to speak. At the moment, we do have people, members of the public that would like to give public comment today, and I'd like to turn it over to the city attorney for further direction for the public.
Thank you, Gladys. To members of the public calling in to provide comment to the commission, when it's your turn to speak, we'll announce your name, identifying information, or the last 3 digits of your phone number. When we announce your name, number, or identifying information, then you're live in the meeting and it's your turn to speak. Please immediately unmute yourself. In order to give as many people the opportunity to speak today as possible, the commission chair has allocated 1 minute per person per agenda item. We'll be speaking first on agenda item number 2. We understand that you may be listening to the broadcast of the meeting on the internet or another device. Because there's a time delay between the live meeting and the broadcast, please keep one ear on your phone so that you will hear when we announce your name or number or identifying information, and that you can immediately unmute yourself pressing *6. Otherwise, we might think you're no longer on the line and move on to the next speaker. Also, if you're listening to the broadcast of the meeting on the internet or another device, please turn down the volume of the broadcast on that device to avoid feedback and confusion because of the time delay. When speaking on the agenda item, you must be on topic. If you're not speaking on the agenda item that we are currently considering, or if we cannot tell whether you're speaking on the agenda item, you'll get a brief warning from the chair or me or the executive director. If you do not immediately get back onto topic, we'll be forced to move on to the next speaker. Finally, I'd like to warn you, commissioners and members of the public, that some members of the public may choose to use modes of expression that may be offensive or vulgar, including the use of racial epithets. Some of that content is First Amendment protected speech, and there's little that the commissioners can do but hear it. Members of the public, however, may turn down the volume of the broadcast if they do not wish to listen to any offensive or vulgar language. With that, I'll pass it back to the chair.
Gladys, can we have the first speaker?
Yes. Okay, caller by the name Fabiola Argueta, can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, hello, commissioners. I would like to give general comment on item 2. My name is Fabiola Argueta, and I am a resident in East LA and an alumna from Garfield High School, and I'm representing my nephew who goes to Garfield. I'm here to urge you to vote for MAP 2 as the new configuration of LAUSD district lines for the next 10 years. MAP 2 is the strongest option that helps us retain a chance to fight for equity and the strong student and parent voices. In contrast, MAPS 1A would decrease the power and break up existing districts. In addition, MAP 2 provides historically underrepresented and marginalized communities the opportunity to elect representatives that reflect our communities who will work to improve the quality of our schools. So MAP 2 is the best middle ground for what both the East Side and Southeast are asking for. Please don't take away the voices from our community. Please make the just decision and vote for MAP 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Jessica Panduro. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hey, good afternoon, commissioners. Sick or not, I'm here. My name is Jessica Panduro. I'm a proud alumni of Roosevelt High School Gulf Rough Riders. My niece goes to Evergreen Elementary, and I'm here to urge you to vote for MAP 2. MAP 2 is the option that helps us retain that chance to fight for equity and strong student-parent voices. MAP 1A would decrease our power. Don't take the voices away from the community, what we have fought so hard to accomplish. MAP 2 is the best middle ground for what both the East Side and Southeast are asking for. We're okay with the revisions of MAP 2. This will be impacting the next 10 years. So make sure that your decision impacts for the best for our LAUSD students and vote for MAP 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller with the last 3 digits, 993. Can you please use *6 to unmute yourself? Caller with the last 3 digits, 993. Can you please use *6 to unmute yourself? Okay, we'll go to the following caller. Caller by the name Eddie Martinez. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you have a minute.
Hi, my name is Eddie Martinez. I'm the Vice Mayor of Huntington Park. I'm here to advocate for 1A, and I'm here also to advocate for the residents, for the immigrants, for the queer people of our community, and for the over 250 people that have recently signed a solidarity letter. You know, for the past 10 years, we've been systematically disempowered, and now it's time for our residents to rise up and fight for the representation. Our youth matters, our Stella youth matters, and it's important that we have someone that represents our common values and interests. So I ask you, no longer have that C shape for Board District 5. Advocate for us, make sure there's equity for us, and please, it's for our youth in Southeast Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Steven Ortega. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, commissioners. My name is Steven Ortega, an alumni from Sierra Park Elementary School in El Sereno, and an alumni from Esteban Torres in the East Side. In these past 10 years, the East Side has made an impact and huge change for students and community members. MAP 2 is what equity looks like. It would allow us to continue the fight for equity in our schools and community. Our community has fought for new schools, A through G courses for all, and ensuring that we distribute funds equitably throughout the district. Do not take away the voices of the East Side by creating lines that would strip us from our communities that we have fought for 10 years. Our work is not done, but we encourage you to vote for MAP 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller with the 3 digits, 993. Can you please use *6 to unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for calling back at my number. So hello, commissioners. My name is Berta Plasencia, and I am a proud alum from Lincoln High School, an aunt of 2 Lincoln High School students, and my son will be attending Lincoln High School next year. I called in to request you vote for MAP 2. MAP 2 is a good midpoint for East Side and the Southeast. MAP 2 would allow us to keep our voice and allow us to continue to fight for equity. My family, my community, and I are okay with the revision on MAP 2. Please listen to our demands of the East Side and vote for MAP 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Estrella Salazar. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello. Hello, my name is Estrella Salazar. I've attended schools in the East Side for all my K through 12 education. I'm currently a junior at Lincoln High School, and I'm here today to share my support for the revisions to MAP 2 and to urge commissioners to vote for MAP 2 as the new configuration of LUSD district lines. MAP 2 is the best option for LUSD because it's a fair compromise of what the East Side and other communities across the district have and continue to uplift. For this reason, I ask commissioners to vote for MAP number 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Brenda Ortega. Can you please unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Brenda Ortega. I am speaking on item 2. I work with families and students in District 2. I am here to urge you to vote for MAP 2. It is important that our schools are within districts that are common. And 10 years ago, we fought to ensure that we have those maps. And MAP 2 is the best options that help us retain a chance to fight for equity and a strong student parent voices. MAP 1A will decrease that power. I am sure that MAP 2 is the best midpoint for what both the East Side and Southeast are asking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller with the last 3 digits, 981. Can you please use *6 to unmute yourself?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello. Hi, this is Erica, and I would like to speak on item 2. So, hello, commissioners. My name is Erica Jimenez, and I am a long-term resident of Boyle Heights. I went to middle school at Hollenbeck Middle School. I went to Roosevelt High School, an alum. And so I'm here to urge you to vote for MAP 2 today. MAP 2 is going to be the best option that helps us retain a chance to fight for equity and strong student parent voices. MAP 1A would decrease that power. And so MAP 2 is the best middle ground for what both the East Side and Southeast are asking for. This is why we want, this is the way that we ensure that both communities are going to be listened to and do a better job of representing both districts. So please, commissioners, vote today for MAP 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Sandra Guzman. Can you please unmute yourself?
Sandra Guzmán, la escuchamos.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry about that. Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Sandra Guzman, who has the honor of working with the East Los Angeles community. Today, I am here pleading to vote for MAP 2. MAP 2 is the best option that will help us hold for a better fight for equity and powerful student and parent voices. It retains the commitment to expanding and protecting the voting rights of low-income Black, Indigenous, Asian, and Latinx neighborhoods. Do not take away our voices from our community. MAP 1A is not representative for our communities and will diminish the power to fight for those most in need. Once again, we urge you to support MAP 2 and protect the community-rooted movement for educational equity and LAUSD. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Isabel Gonzalez. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Isabel Gonzalez, and I'm a former LAUSD graduate. And for the past 10 years, I've formed deep roots as an educator and community ally with Eastside students and families. I called this afternoon to show my support for the adaptation of MAP 2 for District 2, as this map is the most fair for Eastside communities. Our Eastside communities share a common heritage, common economic backgrounds, and a common historical struggle for educational justice. MAP 2 is the best representation of these communities. I hope you join me and support the implementation of MAP 2 for District 2 so that our communities can stay united. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Jasmine. Can you please unmute yourself?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, hello, commissioners. My name is Jasmine Garcia, and I am a student at Roosevelt High School. I am here to show support for MAP 2. MAP 2 is the best option that gives us a fighting chance for equality. MAP 1A would take away that power. Don't take away our voices. MAP 2 is the best middle ground for what both the East Side and Southeast are asking for. Make the best decision to support all students from LAUSD and vote for MAP 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Norma Rodriguez. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, can folks hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Norma Rodriguez. I'm the Director of Education Programs and Policy at the United Way of Greater LA. United Way is committed to education reform and has a long history of working to create pathways out of poverty for our highest needs communities, which is why I'm here to urge you to vote for MAP 2. MAP 2 is the best option that helps us retain our chances to continue fighting for and centering equity for students and parents. MAP 2 is the best middle ground for what both the East Side and Southeast are asking for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Alejandro Mendoza. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, my name is Alejandro Mendoza. I am a 10th grader at Roosevelt High School. I'm here today to vote that MAP 2 should be the new configuration of LAUSD district lines for the next 10 years. Commissioners, I strongly encourage you to vote for MAP 2 because it is the map that doesn't break up existing districts or give unfair advantages to communities that have more power, resources, and wealthier. MAP 2 builds unity between communities of families who have vested interest in the success of our public schools system. Vote on MAP 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Manuel Rutia. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners. I'd like to comment on the item 2 and the 11th hour submission by the chair. We all know the commission's guiding principles as they have been cited at several meetings. However, the map submitted by the chair may meet all the numbers required to pass the scrutiny, but it does not meet the common sense one that a district should not have such tortured borders. And I'm speaking about their board District 5, which is the C shape that's been referred to earlier. I have been told that this map should be approved because the numbers are right, but after having tried to generate districts that meet the guiding principles while maintaining compactness and keeping COIs whole, I know that this remandering is possible due to one principle alone, the desire to have a large Hispanic CBAP in the district encompassing East LA. Why is CBAP being used when it's not even mentioned in the Voting Rights Act? I am not a lawyer, but I have not been able to find any indication that CBAP shall be used, and there is no legal precedent demanding the number of citizens make or break a district. Worse, CBAP is not even a count, but an estimate based on surveys. Finally, I would like to point out that the Valley needs a voice.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Ariana Rios. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, hello commissioners. My name is Ariana Rios and I was born and raised in East LA. And I'm here today representing my parents who are working and my brother who goes to Brooklyn Avenue Elementary. I want to voice my support for MAP 2. I'm supporting MAP 2 because this is the most equitable map. This is the map that assures fair representation to both the East Side and the Southeast communities and keeps my community intact. This will impact the next 10 years and I urge all of you to please make the right decision and vote for MAP 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Elmer Roldan. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Elmer Roldan and I'm calling to speak on item number 2. I'm a resident in South Central Los Angeles, which falls in District 7 of LA Unified. I'm also calling as the Executive Director of Communities and Schools of Los Angeles. an organization that serves nearly 7,000 families in 14 schools across LAUSD's Board District 1, 2, 4, and 7. And on behalf of my organization, we strongly urge you to vote in favor of MAP 2 as the new configuration of LAUSD for the coming 10 years. At no point in modern history is progressive political representation more essential or urgent than it is today. And I appreciate the changes that were recently made to the map. The changes are sound and retain the spirit of the earlier version of the map. So thank you very much for your dedication and commitment to equity and just representation in voting for MAP 2.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Elizabeth Liz Lugo. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you can proceed.
Perfect. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Elizabeth Lugo. I'm a proud parent of a recent grad at Garfield High School in East LA. I am here again today to state my support for MAP 2 because I agree with all the latest revisions. As I stated before, that I feel that it's important that our community not only remain united in Board District 2 with the rest of the East Side, but that a true compromise map be approved. We need MAP 2 to ensure that we continue to advance the best educational opportunities for all our students and our community as a whole. I urge you to vote in support of MAP 2 revised and continue to advance educational justice for all our students and generations to come. Would like to thank you again for your time and listening to me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Manny Rangel. Can you please unmute yourself?
Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Manny Rangel. I'm the proud father of a 9-year-old boy and a 13-year-old girl. I come before you today to speak on item 2 and in support of MAP 2. MAP 2 strengthens the concentration of voter areas that have been historically underrepresented, ignored, and marginalized. MAP 2 provides historically underrepresented and marginalized communities the opportunity to elect LAUSD board representatives that reflect our communities and who will work to improve the quality of our schools. The alternate maps being considered break up existing districts and give an unfair advantage to communities that have more power, resources, and are wealthier and do not share a similar experience or urgency for equity. MAP 2 is the best option for our communities and schools. Please support MAP 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Glenn Bailey. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, this is Glenn Bailey. I'd like to comment on the legend, which still has the LA Times neighborhoods, but does not list neighborhood councils, which are legal entities of the city of Los Angeles. I realize there's many considerations in drawing these maps, and neighborhood councils are not your primary one, but the least you could do is put it on the legend and at least had given some consideration. As a lifelong resident of the West Valley, we all know that Mulholland Drive is the dividing line, and yet your MAP 2, all the maps have Encino, Tarzana, Woodland Hills, Reseda, and Winnetka in a district that goes all the way down to the Los Angeles airport. I think you're really doing a disservice to the West Valley by not having it all in the same district north of Mulholland and like it was in the previous version. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Agnes Braga. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, good afternoon. I will be speaking on item 2, and I am an alumni of Luther Burbank Middle School and Franklin High School. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Agnes Braga. I am a mother of 2 and a resident of District 5. I work at LAUSD as a speech language pathology assistant and proudly serve as secretary for SEIU Local 99. I'm concerned about LAUSD's attempt to move me and my community out of the district we have been a part of for decades. Maps 1A and 1C will cut tens of thousands of us out of our own district. Our board member, who was elected with overwhelming support just last year, will be replaced by someone who has never represented our community. MAP 2 brings communities together and is the best representation of equity. I have worked with students and families across the district. The work to improve outcomes for kids is directly tied to our community's ability to elect a board that understands the diverse needs of our students and parents. We need to build unity between communities, not break them apart. Please adopt a map that keeps communities together.
Sorry. Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Daniel Jimenez. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Daniel Jimenez. I'll be making my public comment on.
Permíteme,
Hola,
Daniel,
buenas tardes,
dilo
comisionados.
otra
Mi
vez.
nombre es Daniel Jiménez y yo trabajo directamente con las familias del este de Los Ángeles que tienen a sus hijos en escuelas del Distrito Escolar Unificado de Los Ángeles.
Permítame, Daniel. Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel Jimenez. I work in the east side of Los Angeles with communities and families in that district. Proceda.
Hoy estoy hablando para pedirles a todos ustedes que adopten el mapa número 2, ya que este mapa es más representativo de nuestras comunidades.
Today, I'm here before you to ask you and request you to choose map number 2 before us, because this is the best map that represents us as a community. Proceda.
En el este hemos peleado para traer mejores recursos a la educación de nuestros niños, jóvenes. Hemos luchado juntos para que se apoyara a los jóvenes a asistir a la universidad y implementando los requisitos de la A a la G. Hemos luchado para que los estudiantes familiares tengan recursos necesarios para tener éxito académico.
Permítame. So we work together in the east side of Los Angeles, not only with all the families, but with different resources so that the students in class can have the technology they need and these trainings that they need in order to meet these university credits that enables them to the road to university and according to the ALJ. So these resources and everything else that we've been working together is just to make it equitable for everyone. Proceda.
Pero sabemos que hemos dado pasos hacia adelante todavía y hace falta mucho trabajo por qué hacer, ¿verdad? Tenemos la representación adecuada y necesitamos mantener al distrito número 2 juntos. Tenemos que apoyar al mapa número 2.
So yes, this is just the first steps and triumph that we have had in working together as a community. However, we have a long ways to go in order to win and beat these battles that we have before us as issues that we need to address. Now, I urge you to choose District 2 and keep it united. This way, we can have that success that we're seeking.
And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Bart Whale. Can you please unmute yourself? Caller by the name Bart Whale, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Bart Weil, and I work as a special education assistant at Stephen White Middle School in the city of Carson. I'm also a proud member of SCIU Local 99, where I serve as the District 7 rep on the executive board. And I'm here today to voice my support for map number 2. Map number 2 is the only map that really has something for everybody. It strengthens the African-American voters and Latino voters in districts. And I believe that map 2 is probably the best map that we have here presently. Map 2 achieves these things without having to break up neighborhoods, flip districts, or needlessly divide communities and swap out representatives. We need to build unity today. We need to have these communities support each other and not break them apart. So I'm asking you today to please come together to support map number 2. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Shelly S. Can you please unmute yourself? Caller by the name.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Shelley. I'm a board member of the Woodland Hills Homeowners Organization, and we sent a letter, as did many members of our community, supporting the original map 2 that united the entire West San Fernando Valley going north of Mulholland into District 3. The current maps have completely ignored the concerns of the West San Fernando Valley, and you've lumped us into a district of which we have nothing in common, no communities of interest. The West San Fernando Valley has nothing in common with Westchester, Venice, Pacific Palisades, and we were completely ignored, and the voices and all the parents who don't want their kids separated into multiple districts, please go back to the original map 2 where the entire West San Fernando Valley, which is north of Mulholland, is put into a San Fernando Valley District 3. There's no reason for us to be in District 4 that stretches all the way down to Westchester when we have a valley district that understands our needs. So please go back to the original map 2 and unite the San Fernando Valley.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller with the last 3 digits, 868. Can you please use *6 to unmute yourself?
Hi, I think you can hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Hi, my name is Sylvia Arredondo. I'm calling with Communities for a Better Environment on behalf of our youth members in the Southeast LA region. Southeast LA youth are resilient and they have the determination in fighting for healthy school environments, free of toxins and pollutants. And our Stella youth deserve to have equal and regional representation on the school board. So we're here to support MAP 1A because it gives Stella youth a better chance at having their needs reflected in policies and decisions that will impact their learning outcomes and ability to succeed in school. So we urge your support for MAP 1A. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Mr. E. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, you can proceed.
Hi, my name is Emmanuel Cruz and I'm from the city of Cudahy. And I advocate for all the Stella students. And it's disgraceful that we haven't been represented at all for a very long time. And our schools do not share the same needs as the schools from Northeast Los Angeles. So that's why I advocate for MAP 1. And hopefully you guys can make the right decision because everyone else has voiced their decision, but a lot of people in the Stella cannot because we're working families. And we all support MAP 1. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Frank G. Can you please unmute yourself?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, my name is Frank Garcia. I'm a council member for the city of Maywood, and I also do the labor compliance for the United Brotherhood of Carpenters. Today, I'm here as a former LAUSD student, a parent with a child in an LAUSD school, and a council member in the city of Maywood. I am here to support change in our maps. Map 2 will not only disenfranchise our community, but will never give the Southeast communities ability to have our voices heard. Please consider MAP 1A so that our community members in the Southeast may also have a voice. We have nothing in common with the cities in the Hollywood and Northeast area. There are different issues at hand, and I strongly support you guys taking into consideration MAP 1A. Thank you for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller with the last 3 digits, 305. Please use *6 to unmute yourself. Caller with the last 3 digits, 305. Please use *6 to unmute yourself.
Llamada telefónica con los últimos números 305. Por favor, use *6 para activar su micrófono.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can proceed.
Hi, thank you. My name is Ama. I am a mama of 3 kids in Board District 5, and I'm calling to urge support for MAP 2 in its revised form. I do feel like MAP 2 really took into consideration
the feedback that I know I heard in the last hearing. And I think that it's important that we have a map that honors equity and allows us to continue fighting for the resources and advocating for our students. And I do believe MAP 2 does that really effectively. So again, I'm calling to support MAP 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Jennifer Hunt Gutternach. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi there, I am a Reseda resident. I'd like to speak on all items.
You have 1 minute for this.
These maps do not work. Okay. These maps do not work for the San Fernando Valley, as other people have said. It is crazy that Reseda is being separated into 2 districts, and one of the districts is the same district as the Pacific Palisades and Westchester and Venice. Those communities don't have the same interests. Our schools will essentially be ignored. It feels like a very calculated tactic to get a for a school board member to get into a school that is being co-located, that the community is fighting hardly against, or is fighting harshly against, excuse me, with the Citizens of the World Charter that owes LAUSD $1 million. This map doesn't work for the Valley.
Thank you
Please
very
change
much.
it.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Oscar Magana. Can you please unmute yourself?
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Oscar Magana, longtime resident of Southeast Los Angeles, alumni of Bell High School, home of the Mighty Eagles. And I'm calling today in support of MAP 1A. It seems like the word of the moment today is equity. MAP 2 does not provide equity to Southeast Los Angeles. Southeast Los Angeles has never had a representative on the school board from Southeast Los Angeles. And the MAP 2 that was presented with the big C on there is not any representation of equity. What it is a representation of is gerrymandering. The sole reason why people from East LA are calling in and claiming that they represent Southeast LA and the interests of Southeast LA is because they don't want to be in the same district with Eagle Rock, Silver Lake, and North Hollywood. So if you really want to provide equity to the communities in Southeast LA, the cities in Southeast LA, the students in Southeast LA, you'll vote for MAP 1A.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Corrine CEA. Can you please unmute yourself?
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Corrine Sea, and I'm a 30-year veteran teacher, and I teach here in Cypress Park, and I live in Eagle Rock, where my children attended all of LA Unified Schools. I am here as a parent. Well, my students graduated, but I'm also as a teacher requesting that you support MAP number 2. It retains the communities of interest. It respects attendance zones, and it achieves the majority minority voting capacity in both Board District 2 and Board District 5. And we have also longstanding relationships with other schools and teachers nearby. Thank you for your consideration for MAP number 2.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Estef Solano. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, my name is Estefania Solano. I did all my schooling in the east side of LA, went to Evergreen Elementary School, Belgium Middle School, and Roosevelt High School. And then my little sister is actually just started as a freshman at Roosevelt, and I'm calling in support of MAP 2. I've been organizing for educational justice for over 12 years. And I remember when my school had to decide what student was being supported and what student was not being supported, right? Not because they didn't want to support them, but because they lacked resources. And Eastside residents, youth, parents have fought hard to not just better the conditions of our schools in the East Side, but to better the conditions of schools for low-income students all over the district, right? And I think MAP 2 is a compromise. Like the East Side is taking on more affluent communities, but it's also a way that like we don't lose our political power, right? And we support other communities in also achieving their goals and getting their voice in. So I urge you to vote for map 2.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Norma Diaz. Can you please unmute yourself? Caller by.
Sí, muy buenas tardes.
Muy buenas tardes, Norma Díaz, ¿la
Buenas tardes,
escuchamos?
Claro que sí. Buenas tardes, comisionarios. Soy
Hello,
del Distrito
commissioners.
5
I
y
am
estoy
from
aquí
District
pidiendo
5,
que quede el mapa 2.
and I am asking for map 2 to remain.
Yo vi
Proceda.
los diferentes mapas y creo que en la manera que se presentan los demás, como el mapa 1,
I was able to see various maps, including map number 1 as a choice.
no es beneficioso para nuestras comunidades ni para nuestros estudiantes.
Map number 1 does not benefit the communities, and it does not, definitely
Además,
does not
con el mapa 1,
benefit our students.
perderíamos mucho territorio y
With that-
asimismo mucho poder y recursos.
With map number 1, we would lose
Si
a lot of
miramos las
territory.
líneas del mapa 1, veo cómo nos dividen.
If we look at a territory
Sí.
map number 1, permítame, Díaz, dos oraciones a la vez. So map number 1, we will lose a lot of territory, political power, and then it will not benefit the students in school. Proceda.
Si miramos las líneas del mapa 1, veo cómo nos dividen a las comunidades más pobres y dividen a las comunidades más ricas. Y creo que es discriminación.
If you look at map number 1 and look at the boundaries, you will see how the low income families are separated from the above medium income families or more income
Yo
families.
estoy segura
And this is discrimination. So I am sure, proceda.
Yo estoy segura que el mapa 2 es lo mejor para nuestras comunidades.
I am sure that map number 2 is the most appropriate map to choose for our communities. ¿Eso es todo, Norma?
Y luchemos porque nos conviene, por apoyar el mapa 2, que es lo que nos conviene para nuestros estudiantes y no para intereses propios. Gracias.
So I urge you to battle with us so that map 2 can be chosen, and this way there will be equity. Thank you so much for your time.
Muchas gracias por su comentario. Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Salvador Diaz. Can you please unmute yourself?
Salvador Díaz, lo escuchamos. Prenda su micrófono, actívelo.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Salvador Díaz y vivo en la comunidad de Walnut Park, California.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Salvador Díaz, and I live in the community of Walnut Park, if I said that correctly. Proceda.
Sí, y estoy aquí para, por favor, pedirle a los comisionados que apoyen el mapa número 2, ya que es el que actualmente tenemos, pero hemos trabajado por 10 años para lograr lo que hemos hecho hasta hoy día.
So I'm here to request the commissioners to choose map number 2. And the reason for this is that we have fought together for 10 years to have it the way it is now. The current map works. Proceda.
Al nosotros adoptar un nuevo mapa con personas que en verdad muchas de ellas no quieren adoptarse a nosotros ni nosotros a ellos, hay retrasos y volver a empezar a trabajar con ellos es peor trabajo todavía de lo que hemos hecho.
Now, what does it mean if we were to change the map? Well, that symbolizes working with people that do not want to adapt and to work with us. That means individuals that are not willing to work with us, and it's going to be hard for us to work with them.
Yo les pido, por favor, que apoyemos el mapa número 2 y que todos estemos nuestras comunidades juntas, nuestras líneas de distribución de distritos estén juntos y que no nos separen, porque eso no es justo y no es permitido para seguir adelante. Gracias.
So again, I would urge you to choose map number 2. This way, the communities can stay together, the districts, the school districts, and this will ensure that we are not separated. And then again, that will put a pause on progress, and that's not what we're looking for. We want to keep progress going. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Jen Baca Beltran. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Jen Baca Beltran, and I'm a former teacher and currently work with SEIU Local 99. Our members represent 50,000 school employees and childcare providers. We are parents, workers, and voters of the LAUSD community. I'm here today to urge you to vote in support of MAP 2. MAP 2 is the strongest option for LAUSD. It retains a commitment to expanding voting rights of low-income communities and upholds a commitment to equity. Alternate maps being considered today break up existing districts and give an unfair advantage to communities that have more power, resources, and are wealthier. This is particularly true in District 2, which would be reconfigured in a way that disadvantages historically marginalized Latinx communities in the East Side by adding affluent communities that do not share a similar experience and urgency for equity and school transformational change. MAP 2 mitigates economic disparities and builds unity between communities of families who are vested interests in the success for our public school system. For those reasons, I ask you to vote for MAP 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Juan Carlos. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Perfect. Hello, commissioners. My name is Juan Carlos Hernandez, an East Los Angeles resident, and I am here to ask you to vote for MAP 2. 10 years is a long time for our community. During this time, lives will come and go. Dreams will come true for some and dissipate for others. The wealthy and affluent will return to their ordinary lives, but faltering during this process will result in people here feeling the brunt of it every single day. MAP 2 makes the work that Eastside is currently doing possible. Historically, we've been targeted, marginalized, and forgotten by the system. We have worked endlessly in conjunction with one another to change this fact through our fight for an equitable world-class education that uplifts our youth regardless of background. MAP 2 alleviates the economic struggles we have faced and maintains the community alliances we have built throughout, following our common goal of creating a future. And this is a future for generations to come, one grounded in the education or public school system. MAP 2 is the road to a collective success. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Silvia Molina. Can you please unmute yourself?
Silvia Molina, la escuchamos.
Hola, comisionados. Mi nombre es Silvia Molina. Soy miembro de Community Collusion. Vivo.
Hello, everyone. My name is Silvia Molina, and hello, everyone, commissioners. I am a member of an organization called Community Collusion. Proceda.
Vivo en... Sí, gracias. Vivo en el sur de Los Ángeles, en la calle 52 y Western.
So I live in this community south of Los Angeles between reference 55 and Western. ¿Puede bajar el radio o la televisión, Silvia?
Que está en el distrito de la LAUSD, en el distrito 1. Mis hijos...
So my children attend to the school district there in District 1.
Sí, gracias. Disculpe. Mis hijos asisten a la escuela Westra Elementary Magnet School, que está en mi comunidad.
So my children attend these schools in the community, Magnus, and also at the other school in the area.
Y he vivido en esta comunidad por 8 años.
And I have lived in this community for 8 years.
Le insisto a que aprueben el mapa 2, ya que nosotros aquí donde yo me siento muy segura, donde he participado en la escuela de mis hijos como presidente de la ILAC, ayudando a los niños que están estudiando el inglés como segundo idioma.
So I urge you to choose map number 2 and be approved. I have been working in the community at the school level with a program called ELAC, students learning English as a second language as a volunteer.
Los límites, sí, gracias. Los límites del mapa 2 protegerán las voces de comunidades, separarán a los distritos como dividirán nuestras voces y nuestra capacidad para elegir representantes que reflejan los intereses.
So if you choose map number 2, you will do 2 things. Our voices will continue to be heard. Also, we will get the representation, adequate representations that represents us. Proceda.
Sí, para representar nuestras comunidades y lo que representan la equidad en el mapa 2 protege los derechos del voto.
No escuché, repita, Silvia.
Para los intereses de nuestras comunidades y los representantes que centran en la equidad en el mapa 2.
So if we choose map 2, this is going to contribute in ensuring that our voices be heard, our rights be protected, and this way we'll have a representative that would be fair in regards to the resources.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Jocelyn Perez. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, hi, my name is Jocelyn. I'm speaking on item 2 in support of map 2. I am an LAUSD alumna having attended Malabar Elementary, Griffith Middle School, and Garfield High School, with 2 little brothers ages 5 and 9 in LAUSD, currently attending Robert Hill Lane and in special education. I'm here because the Eastside really needs to stay together as we continue to advocate loudly for resources and equity. And I urge you to adapt map 2 for the sake of my brother's future and to ensure our community's voices are not silenced. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Maria C. Can you please unmute yourself?
María C, ¿puede activar su micrófono?
El micrófono.
La escuchamos.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Covarrubias. Soy mamá también de hijos de preparatoria de aquí de Huntington Park, Distrito 5.
So my name is Maria Covarrubias, and my children attend the high school here in Huntington Park, and we are from District 5. Proceda.
Sí, viendo todo lo que se está hablando sobre las necesidades de nuestros mapas, y creo que los dos serían importantes, pero más para nosotros como latinos aquí en este sureste de Los Ángeles.
So when I look at, I'm listening to all the comments being mentioned, all the comments, and then I'm thinking about, well, they're both pretty good. These 2 maps are pretty good, but there's one that really pays attention to the common interest here in the community of Southeast Los Angeles and the Latino community.
Son bastantes años los que yo he vivido aquí y he sido voluntaria en el Distrito Escolar de Los Ángeles a través de todo lo que me pidan para ser una líder en ayudando a nuestros estudiantes.
So I've experienced a lot living here and also being a volunteer in the school district as a leader and different programs that are available for parents.
Otros hablan sobre la buena equidad, dicen ellos, de los otros distritos que tienen mejoramiento en sus escuelas, pero en este distrito 5.
Complete la idea.
Así, en este distrito 5 hasta ahorita, nosotros hemos visto pura pobreza.
Okay, gracias. Everybody's always talking about their districts, no justice, no equality. But when you really look at District 5, that there is no equality at all. That's the real injustice, District 5. And as I'm finishing my idea, well, the resources is what's missing.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Hilda Sandoval. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hilda Sandoval, active su micrófono, la escuchamos y habla español.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Señores comisionados, mi nombre es Hilda Sandoval. Soy mamá de 2 niños que estudian en el distrito 5.
Good evening, everyone and commissioners. My name is Hilda Sandoval, and I am mother of 2 children that attend to this school district.
Y me gustaría que tomaran en cuenta el mapa 1A, porque es el único mapa que podría dar voz al sureste de Los Ángeles.
Disculpe, dice mapa 1A.
Sí.
I would
Uno.
like 1A o 1. 1A. 1. Okay, perfecto.
Sí.
So if you take an account to map 1, you will see that that secures our voices here in the southeast area of Los Angeles. Proceda.
Sí, no, pues gracias por elegir, muchas gracias por elegir este mapa, número 1.
So thank you beforehand for choosing map number 1. ¿Algo más?
No es todo, muchas gracias.
Gracias, pasen buen día.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller with the last 3 digits, 975. Please use *6 to unmute yourself.
Si usted nos está llamando vía telefónica, los últimos 3 dígitos 975 *6 activaría su teléfono.
Hello, my name is Michelle Arandacos, and I'm a resident of East Los Angeles. I'm here today to demand commissioners to vote in favor of MAP 2. I support MAP 2 because the revisions on MAP 2 protect the historical power of organizing in the East Side while giving fair representation across the district. Vote yes on MAP 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Shelley Rivlin. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, this is Shelley Rivlin. I live in Encino. I'm a member of the Education Committee for Encino Neighborhood Council. And we were pleased with MAP 2 before it was revised. The revision has ignored all 3 of our requests. We ask that you keep our K-12 students together in their feeder schools, and the MAP 2 revision puts Mulholland Middle School outside of the rest of the district. We ask that you not dilute our political power and our interests by stretching us down again to Pacific Palisades and further, and you've continued to do that. We've asked that you not ask our representative to have to traverse the 405 in order to deal with both sides of Mulholland in his or her area, and you've ignored that. So you're 0 for 3, despite a statement that was submitted by our Encino Neighborhood Council, and despite every comment of a Valley resident that you heard from the first hearing. And
Thank you very much for your comment. Your time is up. Next caller by the name George Nuno. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Hi, my name is Jorge Nuno. I'm a parent of 2 young boys in LAUSD. I'm here to support MAP 1A. I think that the Southeast, South Los Angeles, and downtown LA will benefit from this map. Historically, the Southeast communities have been ignored. I hear the word equity a lot, but it's MAP 2 does not represent equity. So I would like the commissioners to look at 1A and support of the new map. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Belen Flores. Can you please unmute yourself?
Belén Flores, active su micrófono, la escuchamos. ¿En inglés o en español?
Caller by the name Belen Flores. Can you please unmute yourself? Okay, we will go to the following caller. Next caller by the name Carlos Leon. Can you please unmute yourself? Caller by the name Carlos Leon. Can you please unmute yourself? Okay, we'll go to the following. Caller by the name Norma Garcia. Can you please unmute yourself?
Norma García, active su micrófono, la escuchamos.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, proceda.
¿Sí me escucha?
Sí.
Bueno, mi nombre es Norma Santiago, bueno, también García. Me dirijo a los comisionados que nos apoyen en que tengamos acomodaciones en el mapa 1A.
Hello, everyone. My name is Norma Santiago Garcia, and I'm addressing the commissioners here tonight so that we can address some type of modification to map 1A. Proceda.
Para tomar decisiones con representantes que sepan las necesidades de nuestros hijos y de mi comunidad.
And therefore, these modifications will include choosing representatives that know the needs and understand the needs of our children and our community.
Para que haya mejores escuelas que sean dignas de nuestros hijos y de la comunidad, ya que siempre nos han desplazado y nos han hecho que seamos más pobres en nuestras ciudades.
Why do we need this? Well, because in the past, there has always been representatives that put us to the side. They give school to us, provide schooling that is not dignified. We need schools that are dignified, that have representatives that are committed to helping us and not make us a poor community.
Y que nos den herramientas necesarias y espero que tomen una buena decisión acertada. Queremos un cambio, que no nos vengan nomás a decir que nos van a representar y que al final no nos ayuden. Nuestra ciudad de Huntington Park necesita un buen representante que sea digno de nosotros.
So please give us the tools. We just need the tools so that we need to get where we want. We need to feel appreciated, a representative that understands us, that doesn't just say, I'm here for you. And when it comes time, he's not there. And we're put to the side. So please help us so that way there could be equity and fairness.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Ricardo Lara. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, good evening, commissioners. My name is Ricardo Lara. I am the mayor of the city of Maywood here in the southeast of Los Angeles. I am urging and asking for the support of map A1 and really giving this some a chance and opportunity to have some equality and opportunity for our schools and our students here. I am currently a father from LAUSD schools. I've been a volunteer for many years and have not seen any really proper representation and a to do so. I understand that the map is ideal for really any schools or districts, but I do feel that this is a common ground and helping and bringing some equality amongst all of us. So I thank you and for all your hard work and listening to all of us. And please, again, I urge you for MAP 1A. Thank you and good night.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Belen Flores. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Hi. Thank you. So, hello, commissioners. My name is Belen Flores, and I'm a member of Community Coalition. I work in South Los Angeles, and I organize with parents who live in South LA as well and have children that attend LAUSD. And it has taken years to build the civic engagement to create change in favor of equity, especially racial equity in historically disinvested in communities like Districts 1, 7, and 2. And I urge you to approve MAP 2 in light of this. Breaking these districts apart will only divide up our voices and our ability to elect representatives that reflect the shared interests of our communities and representatives who center equity. And supporting MAP 2 will also protect the community-rooted movement for educational equity in LAUSD. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Carlos Leon. Can you please unmute yourself? Caller by the name Carlos Leon. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Hi, my name is Carlos Leon. I grew up in South Central LA. I went to Bethune Middle School. I went to John C. Fremont, and I've experienced the amount of disinvestment, inequity for decades and decades. I was a young organizer with A through G campaign, Probi B, to make sure that Fremont High School and some other schools are able to have equitable access and a chance really to make it in life, because we are really, really harmed. I'm a parent. I have 3 kids, and it's embarrassing that we're still so behind. So MAP 2, please, please, please think about racial justice, equity, and make sure that MAP 2 is the one that gets approved. We fought for so many decades, and we're finally able to see some of the results. We got so much more work to do, but if you divide MAP 2 and have other options, we're really going to be hurt the most. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Denise Diaz. Can you please unmute yourself?
Thank you. Hello, esteemed commissioners. My name is Denise Diaz. I am a council member in Southgate. I am also part of a coalition called Sela United of residents and community activists and electeds that are vocal about inequities. 300 residents in Southeast LA signed on to a letter asking and pleading to all the commissioners to support MAP 1A. The letter, as stated, I know you received some of our letters, says, Dear LAUSD redistricting commissioners, as a member of the LAUSD community, I urge you to stop the injustices that have been occurring in Sela. Communities of Bell, Cudahy, Huntington Park, Maywood, Southgate, Vernon, and nearby unincorporated areas for decades. It is a social injustice to even consider linking Southeast LA to Eagle Rock, Glacier Park, Mount Washington, Silver Lake, Elysian Valley, Griffith Park, Hollywood Hills, East Hollywood, and Hollywood, as to these communities do not border our communities.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Don't Divide Reseda. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, hello, this is Michelle Gallagher. I am the proud parent of a kindergartner in LAUSD and a board member on their Reseda Neighborhood Council, but I'm speaking only as myself. Okay, so I know you've heard a lot from people from Reseda today. Historically, we have been divided into several districts, but we would like to remain whole, and 4 has never been one of those districts. I would like to just highlight once again that we are that it's really not permissible to take a district and switch schools basically to favor a charter school, when in District 3 in 2020, the race was super contested, specifically along the charter, specifically between charter schools and other folks. So without taking a position on that, that issue cannot be resolved here by redistricting. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Tracy Cook. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. I'm Tracy Cook. I'm a resident of Los Angeles. So in 2019, righteous fighters for the common good, like the ACLU Voting Rights Project and Common Cause, fought tooth and nail to keep CVAP question off the 2020 census. These maps that you're presenting, drawn on CVAP, are leaving behind living, breathing humans who are not eligible to vote, but are part of a thriving community. An older grandma who is still a citizen of a Central American country, or perhaps an uncle who was incarcerated but has yet to re-register to vote. They're not being counted in these maps. Equity is counting the heads of every human and then drafting a map. If you're confused, Google the Supreme Court and CVAP. So I don't know what we're doing here, but you guys need to rethink these maps. I also encourage you to protect the valley.
Next caller by the name Gary Fordyce. Can you please unmute yourself?
North Hills West and surrounding communities west
Mr. Fordyce, we cannot hear you. Are you still there?
Hello?
Yes, you can proceed.
Oh, start my time. So I can start.
Yes.
Unfair. All right. North Hills West and surrounding communities west of the 405 freeway have historically been victims of racial gerrymandering, violating the core rights of school. Do not split North Hills West. Keep North Hills West wholly within, or District 3, keep the valley whole, end racial gerrymandering, end packing. The United States Supreme Court states that racial gerrymandering Supreme Court three-part test is intent, effects, and causation, which you cannot justify. Packing is a violation of the Supreme Court, and the North Hills West has been a victim of the overwhelming power of the East Valley.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Leticia Lopez. Can you please unmute yourself?
Leticia López, prenda su micrófono, la escuchamos.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Leticia Lopez, and I'm the city council. I'm the city council member from the city of Vernon. And I just wanted to say that I urge everyone to support MAP 1A. It is a social injustice to even consider linking Southeast LA to Eagle Rock, Lasso Park, Mount Washington, Silver Lake, Elysian Valley, Griffith Park, Hollywood Hills, and Hollywood, as these communities do not even border our communities. Map number 2, which was revised, will be presented on October 27th, is a clear definition of gerrymandering. As a Sally community member, I urge you to please vote for MAP 1A, as it is a clear compromise for all communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Denise Wilson. Can you please unmute yourself? Caller by the name Denise Wilson. Can you please
Yes, can you
unmute
hear
yourself?
me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, hi, Commissioners. My name is Denise Wilson. I'm a member of Community Coalition. I live in South Los Angeles, and my 3 children attend 2 different schools, and I've been living in the community for 37 years. And LAUSD through the PSW services provide linkage to supportive services within the school and the community. So MAP 2, I urge you to approve MAP 2. MAP 2 is the most equitable map of South Los Angeles. We have led the fight for educational equality for more than 10 years, and only recently have we begun to undo the unjust discriminatory policies and practices in LAUSD. We must continue to fight against the historical neglect and divestment in our area schools, which has had a generational impact on our students and families. So again, MAP 2, I support it, and I urge you guys to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller with the last 3 digits, 473. Please use *6 to unmute yourself. Caller with the last 3 digits.
Yes. Hello?
Yes,
Can
proceed.
you hear me? Hi,
Yes.
hello. My name is Alejandro Juarez, and I've worked with children and parents in the East Side. I am here today to uplift MAP number 2. Should be the new configuration for LAUSD's district lines for the next 10 years. Commissioners, I strongly encourage you to vote for MAP 2 because it is the map that doesn't break up existing districts or gives unfair advantages to communities that have more power, resources, and are wealthier. MAP number 2 builds unity between communities of families who have a vested interest in the success of our public school system. Please, I strongly urge y'all to vote for MAP number 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Cynthia Gonzalez. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I am a former LAUSD student, have daughters in LA Unified. I'm a current principal here in LAUSD. I've been an educator for, 20 years now in LA Unified. What I want to remind everyone that LA Unified is comprised of 75% Latino students. Latino families are upholding this district financially. And with a board seat that should be really 5 of the board seats should represent these Latino families, we are fighting between the Southeast and the East Side to not lose representation of even 1 seat or 2 seats possibly. I beg the commission to look at these numbers and who this district is supporting, which families are investing in Los Angeles Unified. It is our Latino families that deserve adequate representation on the board. The Southeast doesn't have the political power to fight Northeast to try to get representation. As you've seen from Inner City Coalition and COCO, they are organized. They can get votes and organize with the Northeast so they can keep.
Thank you very much for your comment. Your time is up. Next caller by the name Ruby Rivera. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Awesome. Hello, commissioners. My name is Ruby Rivera. I am a lifelong resident of Southeast LA. I'm a daughter of Roosevelt High School alumni, a sister to high school and middle school teachers, and I have served youth and families in the East Side for the past 10 years. I'm here on behalf of those I serve to urge you to adopt MAP 2. MAP 2 is definitely a compromise, but it is the best option for all of our communities advocating for equity. Hello, it is important that you consider the extensive work that communities have been doing for the past 10 years. MAP 2 is the best in that sense. It would give us the opportunity to keep fighting for educational equity across LAUSD, remembering that the wins that we've achieved are felt across LAUSD. Having district lines that allow residents from historically neglected communities to have a voice and say who represents them is transformational. And we have so much adversity against us. Don't create district lines that will strip away our voices and what we have been able to accomplish. We have begun to undo unjust and discriminatory policies and practices, but our work is not done. Please, this is why.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Ana Godoy. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, I'll be speaking on item number 2.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Anna Godoy, and I have been proudly working with high school students in the East Side for the past 4 years. I'm here again to express my support for MAP 2. As a Southgate resident, I appreciate the revisions done to MAP 2 because it allows for fair representation in both the East Side and Southeast. MAP 1A has no revisions that support both the Southeast and the East Side, and this will have a dramatic impact that will last for 10 years. A dramatic impact that will impact Black and Brown students' quality of education. MAP 2 is a fair compromise, and now is the time to vote for MAP 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Arturo Flores. Can you please unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Hi, I just want to express my support for MAP 1A. I'm a community organizer in South Central, and I worked in the District 5 election in the past, and I can tell you right now that the differences between the Northeast and the Southeast could not be any different. The Northeast has the political power and the turnout when it comes to getting their representatives elected, and usually at the expense of the Southeast. It's absolutely disappointing and disheartening to see that there's people that have convinced some of our community members to come on here and support MAP 2 when clearly MAP 2 is not the best map for the Southeast communities. If you look at the map, if it looks gerrymandered, if it sounds gerrymandered, then it's probably gerrymandered. District 5, 10 years ago, the purpose was to help increase Latino representation in the council. Obviously, gentrification has changed the demographics of the Northeast, and it's completely not aligned with the political agenda of the Southeast. So I hope and I urge you to vote for MAP 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Eva Garcia. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hola. ¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
Ok,
Eva
muy
García,
buenas
Eva
tardes.
García, proceda, solamente acérquese al micrófono.
Ok, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Eva García. Tengo 12 años viviendo en Moyo High. Mis hijos están atendidos en las escuelas del distrito escolar, donde he sido líder comunitaria. Ok.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eva Garcia, and I live in Boyle Heights. My two children go to the school district, and I also volunteer as a community leader. Proceda.
Que apoya a las familias en esta comunidad. Estoy pidiendo aquí que por favor adopten el mapa 2.
So what I'm urging the committee to do, the commissioners and the community members here to vote for MAP 2. Proceda, Eva García, pero acérquese al micrófono, por favor.
El mapa 2 nos permitirá seguir luchando por nuestros estudiantes y familias más necesitadas.
MAP 2 will allow us to continue struggling and battling for the benefits of our children and their rights.
Para quien ha sido más afectado por esta pandemia, el mapa 1A no es representativo a nuestras comunidades.
In spite of the, or because of the pandemic that we have suffered, our families in the community, MAP 1A does not contribute and benefit our community.
Y disminuirá la potencia para poder pelear por los más necesitados.
Acérquese al micrófono, Eva, se nos está yendo el aire.
Ok, y disminuirá la potencia para poder pelear por los más necesitados.
So this will allow us to have the power in order to seek representation in our communities.
Es por eso que les pido a los comisionados que adopten el mapa número 2, porque este mapa nos representará de una mejor manera. Gracias.
This is why I urge the committee to vote for MAP 2, and which is more representative of our community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Victoria Galvez. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Hello, my name is Victoria Galvez, and I have attended Loreto Elementary School and Nightingale Middle School, and I'm currently a student at Lincoln High School. I'm here today to share my support for the revision to MAP 2 and to urge commissioners to vote for MAP 2 as a new configuration of LUSD district lines. Map 2 is the best option for LAUSD because it's a fair compromise of what the East Side and other communities across the district have uplifted. I ask commissioners to vote for map number 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller with the last 3 digits, 519. Please use *6 to unmute yourself. Caller with the last 3 digits, 519. Please use *6 to unmute yourself.
Llamada telefónica con los últimos 3 dígitos, 519. Puede activar su micrófono al oprimir *6.
Oh. Hello, can you
Hello.
hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay. Hello, my name is Keely Ortega. I am a 12th grader at Roosevelt High School. I am here today to uplift the map 2 should be the new configuration of LAUSD district lines for the next 10 years. Commissioners, I strongly encourage you to vote for map 2 because it is the map that doesn't break up existing districts or give unfair advantages to communities that have more power, resources, and are wealthier. Map 2 builds unity between communities of families who have a vested interest in the success of our public school system. Vote on map 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Marisol Rosales. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, hello commissioners. My name is Marisol Rosales and I'm a member of Community Coalition. I live in South LA on Manchester and Vermont, which is the LAUS district. My child attends San Miguel Elementary School and Cape Pueblo Unido. I lived in my community for 31 years. I urge you to approve map 2. I am an LAUSD alumni. My kids now attend LAUSD school. And the LAUSD schools need a lot of improvements. Therefore, the boundaries shown in map 2 will protect the voices of historically disinvested communities. Breaking these districts apart will only divide our voices and our ability to elect representatives that reflect the shared interests of our communities. Once again, we urge you to support map 2 and protect the community-rooted movement for educational equity in LAUSD. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Cesar Saldivar Mats. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Cesar Saldivar Mats. I'm the executive director of New Start Housing Corporation, a nonprofit organization in the southeast area of Los Angeles County. And we do not support map number 2. It is gerrymandered. We're tired of being taken over by other communities. We need to support map 1A. We do not support map 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Robert Montalvo. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, Commission of Gerrymandering supporters here for UTLA, because that's exactly what you're doing by supporting map 2. You guys already decided on it. So good job in supporting gerrymandering. Everybody talking about educational equality. You guys are a joke. You don't believe in that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be supporting map 2. Map 2 supports gerrymandering. And if you read the LA Times, you're going to be bankrupt in about 5 years because of charter schools. And it's your own greed and your own fault for it by voting on map 2. Can't wait to see you guys' faces when it happens. You guys love gerrymandering, love supporting those people. And Gil Hurtado, I'm going to be monitoring how you vote. Are you going to vote for Southgate or are you going to vote to support your master? I'll be watching.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller with the last 3 digits, 667. Please use *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Daniela Hernandez. I am an LAUSD alumna and resident from Board District 7 and an aunt of District 2 students. I am calling in support of MAP 2 as revised. Throughout this process, I have been analyzing and studying these maps, and one thing is clear: MAP 2 as revised is the best option for our low-income communities of color. For decades, the East Side has faced historic disinvestment that we need to continue to address, especially as we recover from the devastations of the pandemic. This is also the case for our Southeast neighbors. MAP 2 best positions both of our communities to be able to have our voices heard and not be diluted by more affluent communities. Commissioners, please understand that the decision you make today will impact all of us for the next 10 years. I ask that you center equity and justice in your decision and vote in favor for MAP 2 as revised. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller with the last 3 digits, 336. Please use *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Ana Baena, and I am a student at Roosevelt High School and a resident of Boyle Heights. I am here today to demand commissioners to vote in favor of MAP number 2. I support MAP number 2 because the revisions on MAP 2 protect the historical power of organizing the East Side while giving fair representation across the district. Vote yes on MAP 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller with the name Yolanda Rodriguez. Can you please unmute yourself? Caller with the name Yolanda Rodriguez, can you please unmute yourself? Okay, we will go to the next caller. Caller by the name Joseph Moreno. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, my name is Joseph Moreno. I'm a student at Bell High School, and I'm here in support of MAP 1A. My brother, I'm a senior coming out, so my time is almost up here in LAUSD, but I want to see a brighter future for my little brother who's currently attending LAUSD. District 5, as of right now, is split in half in 2 completely different worlds. One where the rich take advantage of the poor, as it's always been here in the United States. But I want to change that. I want to go against history as it always been. I want to see a brighter future for our students. I want to see a brighter future for everyone that's currently attending. So I want to show my support. I hope everybody here makes the right decision, and let's have somebody who represents our struggles, who knows our struggles, represent us and be the future for LAUSD. Thank you very much. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Jairo Iron. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello?
Yes, proceed.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Jairo Giron, and I am with the Community Coalition. I live in South LA on Vermont and Slauson, which is in LAUSD District 1. My child attends Gerald Lawson Academy off of Vermont and 65th. And I lived in my community for well over 2 decades. I urge you to approve MAP 2. The students definitely need a lot more support. I believe that this map definitely gives us the best opportunity for our students to get better help that they need and better services. MAP 2 is the most equitable map for District 1 in South LA communities. We've led the fight for educational equity for more than 10 years in District 1. And only recently have we begun to undo the unjust and discriminatory policies and practices in LAUSD. We must continue to fight against the historical neglect and disinvestments in our area schools, which has had a generational impact on our students and family.
Thank you.
I urge you to approve MAP 2. Thank you for your time.
Next caller by the name Marco Flores. Can you please unmute yourself?
Good evening. My name is Marco Flores. I'm a parent of graduated LAUSD students. I'm an educator of 30 years in LAUSD. neighborhood council member elected. And I'm here to say, please do not support the Sanchez map, which was drawn to benefit his ex-boss. So this is a gerrymandered, this is a self-serving map. Please support 1B, which is fair. I am in District 2 and I'm sorry for it. I wish that not to happen to anybody in this community. So please don't support the self-serving map 2, which is the Sanchez map. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Yolanda Rodriguez. Can you please unmute yourself? Caller with the name Yolanda Rodriguez. Can you please unmute yourself?
Buenas tardes, ¿sí me escuchan?
Sí.
Sí.
Proceda.
Yolanda, la escuchamos.
Buenas tardes, comisionados. Mi nombre es Yolanda Rodríguez, residente de Boyle Heights por 32 años y orgullosa de 5 hijos que asistieron a las escuelas.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yolanda Rodriguez, and I'm a resident here of Boyle Heights for more than 32 years. My 5 children have attended the school districts here in the Unified School District of Los Angeles.
Por más de 25 años he sido líder comunitaria, voluntaria y parte del centro de padres de la escuela Stevenson. Yo amo a mi comunidad y por eso trabajo duro para que nuestras familias prosperen.
I worked hard these last 25 years as a community volunteer at this school called Stevenson. And I'm also a working mother and also work so that my family can progress.
Hoy les pido a ustedes que unifiquen al este y adopten el mapa 2 para mantener al este unido. Juntos hemos podido ganar nuevas escuelas para el este de Los Ángeles, donde por décadas las escuelas estaban sobrepobladas.
So I would like for you to choose map 2. This way, the east side of Los Angeles could be unified. In the past, this unification and this power and this strength has allowed us to have triumphs in the school districts. This way, we won't have overpopulated schools as they have in the past. So we have won these battles. Proceda.
Hemos ganado más recursos en nuestras escuelas que han sido clasificadas como de una alta necesidad, donde los recursos son limitados. Les pido que adopten el mapa 2 para que podamos construir y poder juntos y luchar juntos por las mismas necesidades. Gracias.
In the past, the resources in the school districts have been classified as high need or low or very limited resources. So we want to change this. So map number 2 will allow this, and this way we will work together, construct together, and this way we'll struggle together and battle together so that we have this equity that we all need to cover our needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Emma Hernandez. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, my name is Emma Hernandez, and I grew up in Cudahy, graduated from Bell High School, and I currently serve the Southeast Los Angeles area as CEO of Southeast Community Development Corporation. Commissioners urge you to vote for map 1A because it's a more equitable map that will help improve the representation of Southeast LA communities. Our communities deserve representation who understand the educational needs and understand the struggles of Southeast LA communities. As of now, I do not support map 2 because this is very similar to what we've already had. It is a gerrymandered map. I believe that if you vote for 1A, it is a good compromise for our community. We will get representation that we need to improve the education for our students. As of now, as you know, many of our kids do not meet or exceed basic state standards. We need improvements. Please vote for map 1A.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Graciela Ortiz. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. I'm Graciela Ortiz, Mayor of the City of Huntington Park. For weeks, you have seen communities organize and voice their opinions. You've seen 2 areas ask you not to disenfranchise them and put them with communities who, for time and time again, have overwhelmingly controlled the outcome of an election, as they have the resources that communities like ours will never have. Does that sound familiar? Representation matters. We need board members that are reflective of our communities and who truly understand our communities in order to provide the necessary resources that our students need. You've heard from communities who have fought to have an opportunity to have a voice, and those who have fought to keep a voice. Other areas didn't have to organize and speak. Is this equity? There's clearly a bigger issue. As a product of LAUSD, educator for 15 years, and representative of Huntington Park and its residents, I ask you to please support MAP 1A as I stand in solidarity with the Southeast Los Angeles electeds, parents, community members, and most importantly, our students. And thank you, Mr. Hurtado, for supporting MAP 1A from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Yolanda Murieta. Can you please unmute yourself? Yolanda Murieta, can you please unmute yourself? Okay, we'll go to the next caller. Caller by the name Jazz, can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Josh, short for Joshine, and I'm from Monmouth Park. And it's very disconcerting to think that there is that even the mere thought of considering to once again gerrymander our community, given the challenges that we've been facing. And it's more than obvious now on social media that it's not only when it comes down to education, is accessing education. And especially now through a pandemic, the challenges have been exorbitantly high in comparison to other communities. I'm an alum of LAUSD, a magnet kid that had the opportunity to go to other communities in the West Side. And I actually got a chance to see firsthand and experience the disproportionate amount of resources that our community in Sela has. You cannot tell me otherwise because I experienced it firsthand. So
Thank you very much for your comment. Your time is up. Next caller by the name Alfonso Ruiz. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, proceed.
All right, perfect. I'm here in support of MAP 1A. The other 2 maps are very gerrymandered. It's a reminder that this is disenfranchisement of the Southeast, but also you're ignoring the Central Alameda and disenfranchising the Florence Park unincorporated community that always gets split apart. But I'm in support of MAP 1A.
Okay, thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Christian. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello?
Yes, proceed.
Hi, my name is Christian. I'm a LAUSD graduate. I'm here to share my support for MAP 2. I think it's like the best map for all low-income students to succeed. MAP 2 allows for the East Side to continue like be that much needed like progressive district that advances policies that help all youth, including Southeast LA youth. Yeah, I just feel like there's a lot of misguided anger towards the East Side when I think we should be organizing together. Like, you know, the East Side and South LA, I think we have a lot of the same goals. So I just encourage Southeast LA to like, you know, keep the same organizing energy and passion and join us in fighting for more equitable policies. And just to make compromises, like MAP 2 definitely is a compromise, and it takes away affluent areas that used to be part of District 7 and adds them to District 2. So I just think MAP 2 is a great compromise that allows for like really progressive policy and change to be made. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Africa Howard. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, commissioners. My name is Afrika Howard, and I'm a member of Community Coalition. I live in South Los Angeles. on 79th and Figueroa. My child attends Audubon Middle School. I've lived in my community for about 5 years. I urge you to approve MAP 2. I'm a parent of a student at LAUSD. He has experienced services such as Brotherhood Crusade, Community Coalition, Freedom Schools, Fernando Pullum, and other high enrichment programs for youth that we as a district have fought for. MAP 2 also does the best job of acknowledging the census undercut, displacement, and gentrification. It also reflects people's lived experiences and the impact of COVID-19 on our communities. Lastly, MAP 2 honors the tireless work of students and families in South LA and East LA as we work to center equity in the LAUSD. Thank you for your time. So I demand the approval of MAP 2.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Karina Macias. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Great. Good evening. My name is Karina Macias, council member for the city of Huntington Park and proud member of SAU 2015. Today, speaking for many residents who are also members and have kids in LAUSD schools. I can't emphasize that disastrous situation that Board District 5 will be left in MAP 2 when MAP 1A with the changes from the chair offers that middle ground. And let's make this clear, we have not been asking to get our way, we have been asking for a middle ground. A backwards gerrymander map is not equitable and certainly not middle ground. Let's call it for what it is, a political push. I'm no stranger to politics, but MAP 2 is a slap to the Settler youth and the community, a slap that will echo for 10 years. So today we advocate for MAP 1A that will provide the Settler community the chance that we're asking. The lines keep our communities in the same position and in the same lives that we connect to communities like Eagle Rock and Glassell Park. When we have residents that don't have the transportation to even get to those cities, let alone compete with higher income brackets, larger home ownership, and a larger voter base. Please stand for what is right, vote for MAP 1A. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller with the name Lester Garcia. Can you please unmute yourself?
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you so much for your service. My name is Lester Garcia. I am a parent of 3, a resident of District 5, and I am here tonight representing SEIU Local 99. We are 50,000 education workers and family childcare providers in LA County. We have 30,000 members in LAUSD alone. I just want to urge you to adopt MAP 2. It's the best compromise and most equitable distribution of voters. Like you, we can't look at one single district. We can't look at one single seat or one single community. We have to look at the entire composition of the board and the entire composition of LAUSD. And that's what you have to do tonight. And hopefully you can come to a place where you can find a compromise. We feel that that MAP 2 is that compromise. It provides the best conditions possible for communities to elect folks that look like them, that represent their values, and that represent their vision. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller by the name Yolanda Murrieta. Can you please unmute yourself? Yolanda Murrieta, can you please unmute yourself?
Yolanda Murrieta, hay un botoncito en la parte inferior y derecha de su tableta donde va a activar su micrófono.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Yolanda Murrieta, residente de Boyle Heights por más de 27 años. He crecido a mis hijos donde ellos han asistido a la escuela del distrito. Estoy aquí porque quiero pedirles que adopten el mapa número 2, ya que este mapa nos permitirá seguir peleando por la equidad de los estudiantes más necesitados. El mapa 2 es la mejor opción, nos ayuda a mantener la oportunidad de luchar por la equidad y las voces fuertes de estudiantes y padres. Mapa 1 disminuirá esa potencia. No quiten las voces de la comunidad, por favor.
Permítame, Yolanda. Oh, ya terminó. Okay. So my name is Yolanda. Okay, I couldn't read it. Hernandez. I've been here for 27 years here in this community, and I raised my kids here in the school districts. And I just want to state before you that I would like for you to support MAP number 2. Why? Because this allows us to have this equity. What does that equity mean? Well, justice or just fairness. And well, what we've seen in the past is we have not been given the best option. So this is the best option for us so that we could struggle together, we could battle together for the best interest of our students. And this way we could continue having a strong voice in our community and also give those benefits to our children who are the future. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And Chair, at the moment, we no longer have any members of the public that would
Oh,
like.
we have one.
Oh,
One hand's up. There we go. Yeah,
Okay.
there we go.
Next caller by the name Maria, can you please unmute yourself?
Sí, hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Contreras. Primeramente quiero agradecer a todos los comisionados por su arduo trabajo de estar aquí escuchándonos siempre.
Permítame. My name is Maria Contreras, and I would like to thank all the commissioners, all the members that are here supporting us and using your time to listen to us. Proceda.
Sí, ya que es de suma importancia que ya que ustedes van a votar por el mapa que ustedes creen que es mejor, por todos los comentarios que las personas han dado.
We know we have some work to do in front of before you. This task is not easy, and you have to consider all the comments that you have heard till now.
So, le pido a toda la gente que está escuchando aquí que no dejemos de seguir el proceso porque este es el principio y que los comisionados han hecho un excelente trabajo, pero que nos falta más para seguir apuchando a que en realidad se trace el mapa que de verdad queremos. Este es el principio.
So what I ask for all the attendees here tonight is that are listening to all the comments, understand that this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning, and we want to also encourage the commissioners and also thank them for this extraordinary work that they have before them. And well, we have to keep on struggling, and we have to allow them to make the best choice for the community. Proceda.
Y necesitamos estar todos unidos y fuertes para poder seguir dando sus comentarios en el Concilio de Los Ángeles, ya que estos mapas van a ser enviados para allá y allá puede rehacer otro nuevo mapa, y si no participamos, si nuestra voz no es escuchada, pues entonces quiere decir que todos estos comentarios que hemos dado serían en balde. So hay que seguir luchando.
So I encourage everybody that is here to join us and in this beginning of this process. You understand that the council in Los Angeles will also be giving consideration to maps. We have to go out there as well and continue giving our comments, our opinions, our needs, and your voice will be heard. So we have to continue this struggle. Again, this is only the beginning.
Sí, muchas gracias nuevamente, comisionados, y a todos los presentes y a todos por sus comentarios. Son excelentes, pero debemos estar unidos para lo mejor para todas las comunidades. Muchas gracias.
So again, I thank you again, all commissioners and everybody that has commented today. Just keep this in mind. We have to keep united, and this way our voice can be heard. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Okay.
We have another.
Oh, we have one. There we go.
Caller by the name Araceli Gonzalez. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can proceed.
Hello, my name is Araceli Gonzalez, and I'm here to speak on the agenda of item number 2. I am a resident of Southeast Los Angeles. Our youth deserves to have equal and regional representation on the school board. We need a representative that will reflect our community's interests and values. MAP 2 will not support that representation. We ask that you support equity and give the Southeast Regional a voice. We are demanding change that will uplift the voice of our youth, including the most marginalized students, immigrants, and LGBTQ. I stand in solidarity for all youth in LAUSD. I support equity, justice, and MAP 1A. Cella Youth Matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Okay, I think we could close public comment now.
Okay.
Okay, commissioners. Well, first I want to thank all the students, parents, community members, teachers, school staff, and neighborhood council members, everyone who has come to engage in this process that really began with us as commissioners going back to last year. Thank you for all your comments. As today we make final deliberations on a map that we'll be sending to council. I would like to begin in terms of presenting a map that I had sent to commissioners that has been referred to by folks on the call, and that we've sent to commissioners had since Monday. And just kind of present the idea behind this map is I really felt that we weren't there last Wednesday, right? And part of it was to think about what I had heard from the Southeast communities, what I heard from the East Side communities. I had heard about don't force one problem on another community. And I really heard that we needed to figure out how do we share these challenges together. I looked at could we also keep communities whole, school communities whole. And I also heard a concern about that in the map 2, there was a connector line that was clearly gerrymandered. And so part of it was, on one end was, one of the things the East Side had always wanted is to have a unified East Side that I believe part of map 1A did, that 2 didn't. 2, I wanted to make sure that the communities of both the Northeast and Northwest to the north that historically had been in District 5 were shared with both District 2 and District 5. And lastly, I wanted to make sure that corridor that connected, into Hollywood Hills, Griffith Park, into parts of Silver Lake, Glassell Park, and Eagle Rock, actually followed school boundaries and kept communities whole along that region. And also taking into account from what I had heard from the Southeast communities that they actually had wanted these communities in there, Koreatown, parts of Pico Union, the Central Ave corridor, parts of the Firestone area, and then of course, keeping the whole of the Southeast cities intact. And making this all happen by ensuring that we followed as much as possible, and I think we kind of clearly stayed to it, school feeder patterns, right? Which is our task that we are in terms of the charter for the city of LA. So that was the attempt. As you can see, Los Feliz is now part of District 2, as is Highland Park and Cypress Park. And then in addition, in the same thing that had been done in both map 1A and 1C is now Firestone is also part of. That was a request from the Southeast cities, and creating more of a contiguous communities that go along that corridor that may allow them to eventually elect the candidate of choice. But at the same time, trying to keep as whole the District 2 communities that have historically been connected over the last 10 years, if not the last 20 years. And I think at the end of the day, I believe not everyone is happy around this map, but I do believe it is the best compromise that is in front of us, and that's what I was attempting to do. Knowing that both maps, were kind of at a stalemate, and making sure like, how do we bring the best of both maps together to create a map that also doesn't harm District 1, like map 1C did, or kind of divide, keep 7 as contiguous as possible. So that was my attempt with this compromise map. And, and those are, I believe you have all the numbers that you all have seen over the last 3 or 4 days. But, I wanted to kind of just tell like, what was the intention behind this map, and the idea of creating a map that was represented both what we were trying to go and both the spirit of what folks were saying through multiple public comment over the last 3 to 4 months. Commissioner Waite with their hand raised, and then Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so first of all, I want to say thank you for the revised map here. I'm on multiple monitors trying to see it all at once. I think this is a good start, and there's some real improvements here. I don't think we've addressed the valley issues, as we've certainly heard several times in recent meetings. So that is something I think we need to look at, particularly the Reseda community. So looking at that, we got some work to do there. We still have some work to do on this, though, as far as the 2 and 5. And I would suggest, and I know that there's all sorts of oxes to be gored here, but Eagle Rock and Mount Washington, those areas should be part of 2. And then Los Feliz and perhaps even Westlake should be part of 5. I mean, you could make something that is much more connected, but you know, still, I'm hearing a lot about compromise, and I don't see that. I don't see the folks in 2 offering much of a compromise. These are just, you know, bites around the edges, and we need to do something more. And I don't think that's going to hurt them, but we need to do it in a sensible fashion. So, you know, again, I think this is a really good place for us to move from. Wish we had more time than just tonight, but this is what we're going to have to work with. So again, I would suggest if we're going to work with this, that we increase those areas directly to the north, add those to 2, and then add more areas on what we have in the western edge of 2, add to 5, so that it is something that I think where the diversity is more appropriate, and also it no longer looks like a strange creation. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Waite. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. A couple of things. One is, I think we as a commission did a really poor job in naming these maps, because it was not clear to me, based on the emails, hundreds that I received, and I think we all received, and the comments tonight, when they said map 2, whether they were talking about the original map 2 or the revised map 2. And we didn't put dates on them or made a clear way of distinguishing between those. So to me, while it might seem that people were satisfied with your map, Mr. Chair, it's just not clear to me that that was the case. Additionally, you know, I guess I would be concerned if today we're going to be making more changes before we send a final map forward. And how is that going to play with the fact that we have received hundreds of responses from the community one way or the other? And how do we satisfy those hundreds of community people if we make still more changes and they don't have an opportunity to have any input? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Hurtado and the commission.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So when this process began, I indicated that I was working on trying to make a change to a poorly drawn map 10 years ago. And the first go around, we had 2 choices, map 1 and map 2. Map 2 basically left everything the way they were. Expecting a different outcome would have been ridiculous on my part. So I've pushed away from that, and I've made my points real clear. Now, you know, I was talking to a colleague of mine, and I shared the experiences that we're having here, and I told him that what came to mind is what used to happen when I was a kid. My father would see my brother and I arguing over something that he said, here, this is for you guys to share. And we always argued, oh, you got a bigger share. No, he got a bigger share. So my father came up with an idea. He said, look, one of you divides it and the other one chooses. And what happened is that it put us in a position where you had to divide it fairly so that when the choice was made, you would still be happy no matter what the outcome is. Here we have 7 districts that we're trying to set up so that if we do it right, if you live in one district and you're happy and you move to another district, you should still be happy because we did this right. Right now, there are people that are speaking that don't want the change, or the change that is being proposed keeps them whole. I get that. I totally get that. I applaud their effort. I wish I had a lot of people that energetic in a lot of the things that I'm fighting for, because they're good people, and they're trying to protect what they have. But if they lived in the Southeast Los Angeles area, they would be fighting for the change that the people who are currently in the Southeast Los Angeles area are fighting for. So after all the deliberations, all the things that we've done, you know, a gentleman said that, you know, we need to adapt to what they're saying. I get that. We've been trying to adapt for 10 years and it didn't work. You know, how many of you can say, you know what, 3 years ago, our students, you know, I coach at Southgate High, and my girls would come up to me and say, Coach Gill, we have to go to the restroom. Well, then go. Coach Gill, but there's no toilet paper. It took weeks of me making phone calls and phone calls and phone calls to get toilet paper to our high school students. I had a call from parents from San Miguel, council member. We have, you know, our children are at San Miguel and the milk is warm for them. I said, what's the problem? Well, the refrigerator broke and hasn't been fixed. If the people who are supporting MAP 2 were to be in our schools here, and again, I can tell you that these are not just restricted to Southgate schools. This is what's happening in the whole Southeast Los Angeles area. It's difficult to get simple things like toilet paper. So this is why I've been pushing for MAP 1A from the get-go. And I appreciate a lot of the comments that people have been making in support from this commission. And in fact, the compromise I thought was the best one is the one that was presented by our chair, the 1A. In fact, if memory serves me right, it was passed unanimously to move it forward along with MAP 2. So when I look at the two and how we voted, MAP 2 hasn't been supported by everyone here, but MAP 1A has. So again, when I look at the choices that we have, MAP 2 is basically going to give us another 10 years of the same thing that we have now. I in good conscience, I can't support that. And if people who are happy with this map can look at the children in this area, excuse me, and say, hey, that's okay that you don't have toilet paper. Don't worry about it. Then I guess it's okay. I know I can't do it. So again, I'm asking everybody to really take a look. You know, over the last 24 hours, I can't tell you how many I stopped counting. There were over 300 emails in support of MAP 1A. And I thought it was huge. And again, I really applaud also Dr. Franco, who made an effort in meeting with people from Southeast LA and came up with a map that I thought was pretty cool. I thought it was pretty good. But after listening to some of my colleagues here, that the impact to other districts would not be a good thing. You know, I withdrew my support. You know, in my head, I could no longer support that map because it's going to impact 2 other districts, and that's not what it's about. I'm just trying to make a right, and I think MAP 1A does that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hurtado. Commissioner Gruhl, and then Commissioner.
Thank you, and I will just be brief because Commissioner Waite mentioned something about the Valley, and I just wanted to make a quick comment. As you may recall, as we discussed this before, no matter what District 4 looked like, it was going to have to include part of the Valley, and so that is it was a choice. And as we all know, many of us who've either served on commissions or been elected officials, sometimes you're never going to please everybody, but we had to make a choice between which part of the Valley, and wanted to make sure we included the feeder schools to those high schools. And as you may recall, we had, if you looked at all of the emails we received and public comments over the entirety of our hearings, there was a little bit of a majority in favor of keeping Reseda and Woodland Hills, Tarzana, and Encino in that area. And we just had some who, as think indicated when it's not, those that have come in support of something and adopted in form don't always come back to say, make sure you still do what you did before. But I think that as we look forward and look at the numbers, the District 4 had to include part of the Valley, and we tried to address the issues that values that many of us talked about in the beginning, which was keeping those feeder schools to the high schools together. And that's what we really tried to do. And the other map that was proposed in the Valley did not do that as well. And so I just wanted to comment, because Mr. Waite mentioned the comments today were from people and organizations that had previously been opposed, but we did have a majority of those that testified as well to support the map we have before us. Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification.
I have Commissioner Franco.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. I want to just first thank everybody that came out to provide public comment. I just want to acknowledge also all the emails that we have receiving, because we received numerous emails from both, from different folks, right, supporting different maps. And I think it's important to highlight the importance of that plays in these conversations, right, and the impact that it has as we continue to work towards really making this decision, right? I know a lot of us have acknowledged how difficult this process has been. I know on behalf of myself, right? I think for myself, it's really been, how do we continue to uplift the voice of SELA, right? I do think that, it's a quite difficult process, right? I think what I hear from the Southeast is that this map, that's being presented here, it's really still not addressing a lot of the issues that they feel should be addressed, right? And I think part of that conversation, had also been raised as it moves the shape from like the west side, from the east side to the west side, but it still feels that we have the same map, right? It's just on a different side. So I think part of this for me, right, and in terms of process, I did have a question, Chair. I know that this is being discussed right now, but I do not see a motion on the floor as to whether this map is being accepted for discussion or consideration. So just wanted to elevate that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Franco. So I have Commissioner Dahan. Commissioner. Oh, there.
Thank you. So I also have the same question as Commissioner Franco, but I also wanted to make a comment kind of in response to where the dialogue was going. So I'll make my comment and then let you respond to our questions. I think all of us came into this process knowing that 2 and 5 is what we're going to have to be focused on. And what I appreciate about what has happened is that I've appreciated that we've continuously pushed ourselves to look at how we can solve this. And I think that it is true, and I've heard from other commissioners here as well as a public comment, that the SELA community needs something to be different than what they have today. But we are not here just to solve it for SELA. We have to think of the entire school district and all of the communities that LAUSD encompasses. And because we're focused on an entire school district, our choices are trade-offs between balancing the interests of various communities and all students. And so I think that tension comes up in 2 and 5 because we've heard from the East Side communities, and yes, they are at a place of advantage right now because they have had a district that has been working for them. But I think that they are going to be feeling some pain with this map because of the inclusion of new communities that are different from what they have today. Highland Park, Los Feliz, and some other sections that we've added. And I also understand that SELA, this isn't the dream map, but you've been heard. You've asked for Firestone. It has been provided. You've asked not to have Los Feliz. You've asked to split Northeast LA. You've asked, and appropriately so, to change the boundary connecting from the east side. So now it's on the west side. So you actually have fuller communities that you've asked for. Koreatown, communities that have a lot of alignment with the needs of SELA. None of these maps are for any specific community. This is about an entire school district and balancing all of the communities of interest within that school district. And for those of us who live in Northeast LA all the way down to Southeast LA, we are kind of sharing this pain of trying to figure out how to keep communities of interest whole. And I think that this latest iteration of MAP 2, which I would like to see this over the previous iteration of MAP 2 move forward, is helping share that pain and balance that we hear Sela, but we also can't pick one over the other. It has to be some kind of distribution that allows both communities the opportunity to elect a candidate of choice. And my understanding is from these numbers is that does happen, that happens in this map. I agree that this map doesn't look like what everybody would want to have, but we don't get to control the numbers of a census count. We don't get to control what guides us. And so I think that this allows us to, again, think of an entire school district and ensure that we're balancing the different communities, not just in 2 and 5, but in 1 and 7, and in 4, and in 3 and 6.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Dahan. Before I get to Commissioner Waite, so I do want to answer the question from Commissioner Franco and I believe Dahan. So I think I do want a motion to accept these changes for MAP 2. And so I do want to motion that, and then before the, because then we're going to have other motions around which map we move. But right now, I think we need a motion to accept these changes to MAP 2 as a
And
replacement to the previous MAP 2.
Mr. Chairman, that's why I have my hand raised. I move that we use this map as our new MAP 2 and get rid of the old one.
I second,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. I'm not sure we want, can we call to question this vote and then continue the discussion related to this map, or do folks have comments related to this map before? We still have to discuss the map.
Well, I just want to clarify that, so we're revising map 2. We're not moving a particular map forward, right? That's what this motion
Not
is.
yet, no.
We'll have discussion.
Yeah, we had,
Yeah,
because it has to be the new map too. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I just want to state, I do think this map version of map 2 is much better than the previous version. Much better, better for defending in court, more of a compromise. And so I plan to support the revisions to map 2, and then we can discuss which compromises are best.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hurtado, before we call the question.
So, no, and I understand the motion. I have no problem with doing that, knowing that we're still going to discuss it. But I think my concern about this is that it looks like we're making an effort to tweak map 2, kind of sort of like a compromise. Whereas we tweaked map 1 already. So why don't we focus on tweaking map 1 as a compromise, if that's what people want to do? But this map 2 still does not help us in the Southeast Los Angeles area, but we can continue that conversation shortly.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hurtado. So can we get a roll call on accepting this as a new map 2?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Commissioner Dahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Franco,
No.
Commissioner Gruel,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez, Commissioner Hernandez, we didn't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Hurtado,
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez Ledesma,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundquist,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapenny,
Yes.
Commissioner Antonio Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Waite,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ambriz,
Yes.
and Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That's approved on an 11-2 vote, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So I think now we go into discussion. We now have essentially, I guess there's another question. Should we just make decision? I know we have map 1A and map 2. Should we just make a decision on map 1C? It seems like that's the map that did not have any support. Should we decide to vote no on or like moving whatever to getting rid of that map?
Didn't we already do that?
No, map 1C is still, we have never motioned on map 1C. There's 3 maps in front of us today, 1A, 1C, and 2.
Yeah, so Commissioner Waite, the last meeting, the commission voted down map 1B for further consideration, but there were changes made by Commissioner Franco with her map, and we decided to keep the original map 1A revised and include a new map 1C. And so to the chair's point, we have your map 1A revised, map 1C, and map 2 as just recently revised by the commission before you currently.
So would we be able to make a motion to just say get rid of map 1C and make map 1A map 1? I don't know if we need to do that, but just get rid of map 1C.
Yeah, certainly that's up to the commission, but that certainly would be in order.
Okay. So do you have a motion?
I can make a
Get rid of
motion,
map 1C?
Commissioner
Okay.
Lopez Ledesma, making a motion to no longer consider map 1C.
I'll second.
Okay. A second, okay. And can I get a roll call?
Mr. Chair, I don't know if Commissioner Hernandez wanted to make any comments before the vote.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just had a question. I don't know if this would be a friendly amendment, but for the revised map 2, I'm wondering if we can maybe name it 2A or 2B or something so that there isn't confusion. I think sort of what Commissioner Johnson mentioned before. Again, I'm not sure if that'd be a friendly amendment or just something for consideration so that we can avoid that confusion.
Sure. I mean, we could add it to this amendment right now. Why don't we add it to this one? Make a friendly amendment that the one map that we just revised becomes 2B, and we will get rid of map 1C. Can we do that, or it requires 2 different motions?
Okay,
Wait, so
I'm confused.
Yeah, what is 2?
I think that was a problem from the beginning, the way we're renaming these maps. And so can we put the dates on them, or at least the people who did the revisions attach their name to them so that we're clear on what because we got 1C, 1B, 2A. It becomes confusing as to what we're really looking at.
But are we down now to map 2, map 1A and 1C? We have a motion to get rid of 1C.
But it's no longer map 2.
So there isn't a different version of 2. We only have one version of 2, which we just did, but I don't know if.
But are we renaming it just 2, or is it 2 revised? That's my question.
Okay, let's just keep it at 2, just to keep it simple. So let's keep the motion in front of us, which is eliminating 1C. And we had a first and a
The reason
second.
I bring it up though, Chair, is just because I want to make sure that there isn't any confusion that the current map 2 is what's on the table, like not your revised version. That's my only point of clarification here. Going to Commissioner Johnson's point. So I'm not sure how we make that distinction, because I just want to make sure that, again, moving forward, that distinction is there, that it's not the current map 2. This is a modified map 2.
Yes, okay.
Also, before we vote, my hand was not for this motion. So after we're done with this, I wanted to stay in order. Just that was it.
Okay. So now, you clear, Andrew, what we're voting on? Eliminating 1C?
Yes. Yeah, so my understanding is the motion is to no longer consider map 1C. Commissioner DeHaan?
Yes.
Commissioner Franco?
Yes.
Commissioner Gruhl?
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Hurtado?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez Ledesma?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundquist?
Yes.
Commissioner Penning?
Yes.
Commissioner Antonio Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Waite?
Yes.
Vice Chair Humphries,
Yes.
and Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so now we're down to two maps. Commissioner Dahan, you had her hand raised, and then Commissioner Hernandez.
Although, I don't know, Christy, did you have something before I spoke? You were in order first, so I want to give it to you if you had
Okay.
to before me, and then I can go.
Sorry, I thought.
It's just to revisit what I just mentioned before, and I know that, I mean, whatever order it is, but that was just a friendly amendment. So again, whether it's 2A or 2B, I just think there needs to be a distinction so that on record, it is not map 2, and there's no confusion that we're staying with that map 2 that we currently have in place, that this is a revised version of that. So whether it's 2A or 2B, I mean, I would leave that up to you, Mr. Chair, as that was your revised map.
Well, I'm about to make a motion, and I think it could address what you're saying, Christy. So in the spirit of me always trying to get us to move process forward, and it being 6:30 at night, and we've had several meetings, and we kind of talked about this ad nauseum in many different ways. I would like for us to move to indicate one way or the other where we're at between these two maps and call the vote. And since I think to Commissioner Hurtado's point, like there's this issue about whether 2 is moving forward or not, or if we're going to work off of 1A. So I'm going to move to move map 2, revise map 2 to Christie's point, or we can call it map 2 Sanchez, and call a vote to see where we're at on map 2. And if there's no consensus there, then I think we're going to start having conversations about map 1A. So does anyone want to second that?
I can second.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay. So we have a couple hands up. So Commissioner Hernandez, do we want to go back to you? And then Commissioner Hurtado and Commissioner Wade.
Sure, thank you. I too just want to circle back and thank everyone who has joined us for these last few commission meetings and for making your voice heard. And I also just want to say that I'm really thankful for this opportunity to have been appointed to this commission. It's definitely been a learning experience and a great opportunity to work with leaders from across and throughout Greater Los Angeles area, especially as someone who was, not only born and raised, but currently resides in unincorporated East Los Angeles, and as a proud product of LAUSD and its public schools, including Garfield High School, which I heard a few times, so go Bulldogs. It is a privilege to be tasked with this responsibility, but it was also no easy task at hand, and I'm sure a few of you, or actually all of us, can agree to that. Especially considering that we're the second largest city and school district in the country. And so again, I'm really grateful to have worked alongside all of our commissioners here who from day one, we were committed to making sure that this is a fair and transparent process, and trying to get to this point where we're at, even though there were a few hurdles that came before us, such as the pandemic, delayed census data, delay in hiring staff and support in our virtual commission meetings and our virtual public hearings. That was definitely, I think, a marker of this experience, and one I don't know that others will ever experience. But it was very evident too that we had two communities that made their voices very loud and clear, and two communities that have more in common than not. And so it was a bit of a heartache on my end to know that we had this discussion at hand, and to make sure that we brought together communities that could elect a candidate that would best represent their interests and their values. And we heard you all very loud and clear, and I want you all to know that because this wasn't easy in that sense. And having worked with these communities and have allies, and again worked and lived in that community, I hear that. And at the end of the day, I hope that we can continue to work together and find that alignment regardless of these board lines. I think for me, that was the biggest issue, is making sure that we are bringing those leaders together, and the same energies that we've been able to manifest in these discussions, that carries on. Because at the end of the day, it's the communities, the families, and the students that really need to be heard, and that are going to be impacted at the end of the day. And so, I do feel like this revised map has moved in a way over time. I mean, obviously, we know we can't make everyone happy. But I do see, based on our CVAP numbers, for both the Latino, white, and Black community. The shift that is there based on what the Southeast was asking as far as splitting what that white CVAP would look like. And there's more cohesion there as far as the disparities with the numbers. And I still have my Post-its, but I just want to say that I did see with this revised map and reference to it that there was an increase there for Latino CVAP. We did bring the numbers, this map brought those numbers together for the white CVAP and with the Black CVAP as well. And standard deviation is there. Voter registration, looking at that for District 2 with the 51% for the Latino voters, and then 53% for District 5. So I do want to say also, having grown up in unincorporated East LA, and thank you for bearing with me on these thoughts here, that sliver on the east side for me, it didn't make sense having 3 districts represented in that area: Board District 2, Board District 5, and the Montebello School District. So I'm also glad to see that that part has also shifted to the west, but I also feel like those areas could also benefit District 5. And I look forward to continuing this work to make sure that we can all come together at the end of the day to ensure that we get the representation for these communities that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. Commissioner Hurtado?
Yes, thank you. So first of all, just to be clear, I don't have any agenda whatsoever other than trying to come up with a map that will benefit the students of District 5. But let me be clear. It's not just District 5, it's to consider the impacts to all 7 districts. I think all the students in LAUSD should be kept in mind in this process. Well, none of us have a crystal ball. None of us know what our actions are going to do. We don't know. Will supporting MAP 1A have a negative impact to the people in District 2? I don't know. But I do know that supporting MAP 2 will continue another 10 years of the inability to have people represent us that are from our area. That I do know. And I know that because this basically doesn't change much of the numbers for us. But again, we're in a democracy. Whatever this committee recommends, it's going to go to the council. They're going to make a decision at that point. They may go with what we say. They might go with MAP 1. They might just do their own thing anyway. But our time here, to me, it was well spent. None of us got a penny for the time that we have. We just got a lot of, I think the benefit was that I made new friends here. But aside from that, I really think that from the beginning, I was really hoping that we would get to a point where real change for the people in District 5 would come. And unfortunately, I just don't see it with MAP 2, with all due respect to you, Mr. Chair. But remember, what we have now is, let's forget A and let's forget, let's just, MAP 1A is your recommendation, Mr. Chair, and so is MAP 2. So they're both MAP 1 Sanchez and MAP 2 Sanchez. So again, I appreciate everybody's efforts here. I appreciate all the callers, all the emails, but I don't know that I've wavered from this. And I was always in the mood to compromise, and I think we did when we started making the changes to MAP 1 to make it MAP 1A, and then MAP 1B, and then 1C, and then we're back to now what you recommended, Mr. Chair, which I think is really the best choice for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hurtado. Commissioner Waite.
So I'll be uncharacteristically brief. I want to make clear that I can't support either of these maps without modifications. So MAP 2 would need to have more of the northern section put on 2, and more of the western section added to 5. And map 1 would need to have almost the opposite, would need to have 5 scrunched down, and I know it's very scientific, and also to the west. So anyway, I will not support any of these without modifications.
Thank you, Commissioner Waite. Commissioner Franco?
Yes, I think I just want to, thank the commissioner, because I think all of us, had a really difficult, conversations and some very transparent conversations as well. I do just want to make reference to what the Commissioner DeHaan mentioned around, it's not just, addressing SELA, right? I don't think that any of the leaders in the Southeast wanted to make it just about the District 5. I think it's about reaching those, how do we bring equity for across the regions, right? Across the entire district. And I think for me, right, I hear the feedback from the Southeast leaders. I think part of, the feedback that we've also heard is, sometimes it's difficult to reach a point where it feels like, equity is at the center when there's areas that are not specifically included from the get-go, right? And then so I think that's, for that reason, right, and just hearing, an uplift in the voice of the Southeast region, which is really, my goal in being part of this process, right? I cannot support this map 2. So just wanted to just make sure that that was on the record.
Thank you, Commissioner Franco. So I have Commissioner Lundquist and then Commissioner.
Thank you. I still have a lot of concerns. We haven't discussed this new map 2 hardly at all. I have some questions about it, and I do have concerns about it. I mean, it does still seem concerning to put those areas in the north with those Southeast cities. Really, I think the problem here is that we don't have enough districts to work with, and the Northeast Los Angeles and East Los Angeles and Southeast Los Angeles are all different communities that really should all be separated. And I hope that in our final report, we will recommend that there should be more districts to work with in LAUSD total. And I hope we'll get a chance to discuss that today as well. But I wanted to ask some questions about map 2 and so first of all, I know that you, Chair, I was concerned about some of the changes that you put forward with the 1A revisions. We created a district that was significantly more, visually less compact, more like a horseshoe. And I supported those revisions, even though I had a lot of concerns about them because I thought they would bring us to consensus and to compromise as a commission. And so I was surprised that you're still supporting map 2 and bringing another map with revisions. So I would like to hear more about why you think this compromise is a better compromise than the map that you submitted previously. And why, I guess why it's, if you have reasons to say why it would be okay to pair these north sections with Southeast LA. But I also have some specific questions about, this map divides Koreatown between districts 2 and 5, which is not something that we've had in previous iterations, if I'm correct. Can you say something about your choice your choice there in Koreatown?
Well, I think the goal of our commission, I want to speak to the other questions too. But the goal of our commission is to keep school communities whole, and it keeps the Koreatown school community whole along the connector zone of between Pico Union all the way to Central Corridor, all the way to the Southeast. So that's really our task, right? We are a school district, first, and the only thing the charter requires us to do is to follow school attendance boundaries as much as possible. And so I think that is the task. of our commission first and more foremost, and then try to keep communities whole. In my view, as someone who's worked at the school district, working around in Koreatown, this is historically how we've kept Koreatown whole, right? Historically in both the old maps and the current maps. It's actually one of the few places where Koreatown has actually stayed whole. This has actually been in the district. It's actually been a challenge more at the city level because of that. But this does keep that. The second thing I do want to speak to, and this actually speaks to your original point, Commissioner Lundquist, which is about the fact that we have 7 school districts. I would agree with you. We should have 15, right? At least, right? And but part of it is you could argue that every school board seat actually has economic diversity, right? District 1 connects with the west side, more affluent part of the west side, with the more working class part of South LA. The South Bay 7 district goes from the South Bay, much more affluent, going all the way to the more working poor and working class area of the Gateway, right? The same thing is true of the 6, right? The same thing is true of parts of 2 and parts of 5, right? And so I just think part of our challenge in this map is that you're not going to be able to create a contiguous map that doesn't create some level of economic diversity in the district. We're actually challenged more by that because of the demographic shifts and changes and the cost of living that has happened in the last decade or plus. So I do feel, even if you think about Highland Park here, right? I think historically people thinking, oh, that's historically been more of a working class community, but we know now the homes are between 1 to 1.5 million and growing, right? And there's been so the other reason I think what I did with this map is when I looked at 1A, there was a challenge to me because the whatever you want to call it, the C shape or the connector point was actually 2. It actually, one of the requests that I kept hearing that would be considered a compromise, both from Southeast communities and the East side, is how can we essentially kind of share the communities of the Northeast and what people now call the communities of the Northwest of this map, right? And the only way you could do it is through this shape. Otherwise, you couldn't do it that way, because otherwise the old shape required it to be even more spread out, or you couldn't say Los Feliz stays with this map, Silver Lake stays with that map, Highland Park and Cypress Park stay with this map, Eagle Rock, Mount Washington, and Glassell Park stay in this, right? And the reality is the numbers, and this is where the numbers are guiding me in this map creation, looking at deviation, looking at population, and ensuring that we weren't impacting voters in any district negatively in each way. And I think this was the only thing that worked, right? And especially if we're also trying to ensure we have minimal impact to other parts of the district, right? And that being said, in my belief, I know there's a disagreement on this commission. In my belief, there's a pathway to elect candidates of choice from these 2 communities. It's not even of like, will it happen? I think it's when it happens, right? Because some school board seats will not open up for another 2+ years, and the other school board seat 2, has a lame duck board member, so they're actually terming out, right? So I think part of this created an opportunity where we don't have to fully protect 2, right? It allowed us more creativity, and at the same time allowed us to create, I believe, a better map. This is not the same map, right? This is not the same map. We dealt with a lot of the issues. We dealt with a lot of the challenges. And if you look at the numbers across the board that you all have seen, there's definitely a shared amount element of all the voters in this district, right? So, we have to really start thinking, if we start training these communities that we think are like apples to apples, it's not true, because some are much more densely populated, some are more diverse, some are perceived to be less diverse when they're really actually more diverse. So these are the things, and I believe this formation is the only one that allowed us to kind of fulfill those needs, putting Firestone in this area, creating the deviation we needed, having minimal impact to 1 and 7, and still creating a map that I believe allows candidates of choice to be elected in the future in both 2 and 5. So at the end of the day, I'm not sure if everyone's going to be happy. I know full well my folks in 2 weren't fully happy about this map, but they also understood that we had to figure out a compromise, because neither map 1A or my former 2 really felt we're in a stalemate, and I wanted to create something that was an olive branch to both communities, right? And try to move forward with us moving a map to the city, right? And that was the intention here, we could talk about, but I would want to, I want to hear from, I know we have Commissioner Repenning next. I'm not sure if Commissioner Lucas, you have other questions.
I did have a question about the West Adams Prep High School tenant zone. So
yes.
In map 1A and the compromise that you put forward, which at one point you had characterized it as sort of cleaning up our original map 1A, but then it added completely a brand new high school tenant zone, which was the West Adams Prep High School tenant zone. And you argued that it should be in District 2 because it had been historically represented by District 2, and also that there was construction going on there that meant that it should stay with its current school district. So what has happened to that school district now in this new revision? That high school tenant zone, excuse me, sorry for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe it's in 5, right? It's in 5 now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
it is in 5, yeah. But I mean, as long as it stays whole, right? We're trying to keep school communities whole in there. The second thing is, I think the construction, that was another school I was talking about. This was a new school that was built, I think, 15 years ago. It is a fairly new school, the West Adams Prep High School. But it remains within, it stays within that feeder pattern of the elementary schools within 5. Because once we decided to create this corridor, then it required us to put it in 5, right? Because we were trying to create more of a contiguous map that moved that way. But that's part of I think that's part of the swap, because if we're going to give communities that had been requested by 5, like Koreatown, Pico Union, the West Adams community, high school community, that's what you need to do if there's going to be a switch off of some of the other communities to the north, right? So it required that to happen because we switched. We wanted to be clear that any connector point shouldn't be considered just a random connector point, but it should follow school community feeder patterns. So as long as the school community made it whole, yeah. There's other school communities that have been lost from 2, so I just want to be clear. It's not the only one. Yeah.
Thank you. So when you say that, you intended this as an olive branch, I mean, 1A was also introduced as an olive branch, but 1A is the one that, you were appointed from District 2. 1A is the one that district, representatives from District 5 in the Southeast have accepted, I guess, as a compromise. So I'm just a little bit confused about that part.
Like I said, I try to create a better map. I created the best 1A I could. Those are those things, but I still felt that I didn't go far enough as a compromise for both. So, if you look at the numbers, I think the numbers make that true.
For which numbers? I mean, the numbers are very similar between the two. I guess I will.
Any other questions? Yeah, any other questions? I think I answered the question, so I'm not. I know other folks have comments, so I don't want to hold other folks from having comments. Okay, Commissioner Repenning, and then Commissioner.
Sure. So I just wanted, maybe Andrew, I think before we consider map 2, can you just confirm the Latino CVAP number for the new map in relation to the existing Board District 5 map?
Yes,
I'm interested in 5.
Yes, Mr. Chair, why don't you go to the next commissioner, unless Commissioner Repenning has something else, and then I can come back with the answer in just a second.
Mr. Chair, if I could jump in, Andrew, while you're pulling that information, could you possibly show us a chart of the differences between the various maps? I know we had talked about that previously. If you have that handy while you're pulling it up, that would be helpful too.
Well, I have it
Thank
handy
you.
for 1A, 1C, and 2, but it does not include the new 2, right? So what we have in the chart what the commission adopted at the last meeting, but we do not have it for this one. It's included in the packet of information that was provided with this map.
I think
but
you
it's
could
not-
just read it orally, Andrew. That's
Okay.
Yeah. Or I think he could present so we can look at it, so give us more time. So Commissioner Repenny, that way he'll probably do it in
Okay.
a couple of minutes. So
I'll
is
just,
there any other points, Repenny?
I'll
Okay,
wait, thank
okay.
you.
Okay, cool. So Commissioner Johnson, and then hopefully they'll give it enough time for him to kind of put that together.
Yes, I wanted to call for the question. I thought the purpose of this motion was just to establish that this map to revise was going to be the part of the discussion, yet we're spending time discussing it. And we haven't gotten the tenor of the commission as to whether it should be moved forward. And am I wrong about that? And I'm going to defer to you, Commissioner DeHaan. I think it was your motion.
Yeah, well, I just want to clarify, we did move the revised map forward for consideration, but I'm moving to say, do we have consensus that this is the one or not? And if folks are not for this map, now would be the time to vote that, and then we know where we're at, and then we move forward wherever we are at. So yes, I think you're nodding your head, so I think we're in alignment, and I so appreciate you calling the question.
Thank you. Commissioner Hurtado. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I do have Commissioner Repenny's answer available.
Okay, great. Okay. Is it going to be a visual or is it going to be, okay.
No, I'm just going to do it verbally because once again, I mean,
Okay,
I can.
perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Andrew, can't you show it on screen if you sent it out in the materials? Because I just think it's easier for the public to see it instead of just quickly reading it. I mean, you should be able to put it on the materials.
Well, the problem, Madam Vice Chair, is that Commissioner Repenning asked for it compared to the current statistics, and those aren't available in any one document. And so I can pull up the statistics that are in the current map 2 as recently revised by the commission earlier tonight, but I still have to do one of them verbally.
Do you mean that you don't have them per district in one setting, or are you saying that you don't have them in one chart?
I don't have the current stats in the same chart as 1A revised, 1C, and 2 as revised last week, and 2, right? So I have one piece of paper here that gives me the current statistics. I got one piece of paper here that deals with the subject at hand currently. Then I have another document that has 1A, 1C, and 2 that was distributed to the commission and public last week.
Got it. I would appreciate if you would pull up 2 screens and share your screen and show us, but for the sake of brevity, if you can then maybe go slowly while you're reading your numbers, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, and because we already made motion on 1C, it's only 1A and the revised 2.
Well, once again, Commissioner Repenning only asked for a comparison to the current statistics, so that's what I'm providing at this point. Certainly, if the commission would like to see other numbers, I'm happy to provide that as well. So Commissioner Repenning, and this is only for District 5 at your request. The District 5, let's see here. The current District 5 Latino CVAP is 60.99. In this version of District 5, the Latino CVAP is 59.32. I do not know what the current registration is in District 5, but under this one, it's 53.49 is the Latino registration.
Okay, and do you have those same numbers for District 2?
Yes, and so for District 2, the current Latino CVAP in District 2 is 55.14, and excuse me, that's the wrong, I'm looking at the wrong stuff. That's the stuff you see on the screen. So in District 2, the current Latino CVAP is 54.72, and under this version that was just adopted by the commission, that is 55.14.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay. So we had Commissioner Hurtado, and then we're gonna call to question. Or Vice Chair Breeze, you still have your hand up? Or is that?
I did have my hand up, but I'll go after
Okay, okay.
Commissioner Hurtado.
Okay, yeah, okay. So yeah, so Commissioner Hurtado and Vice Chair Breeze.
Mr. Chair, while
so-
Andrew has those numbers up, can he just confirm the District 5 CVAP again? Sorry, for both, for District 5.
Yeah, so
For map
once again,
two.
this is germane to the motion that you're considering right now. As you can see, if you look along the columns and you look at the where it says HISP CVAP 19, that is the percentages of Latino CVAP. And so once again, in District 2, it's 55.14, and in District 5, it's 59.32.
That's in the revised version, but for the current map, for District 5.
So currently, Latino CVAP in District 2 is 54.72, and current Latino CVAP in District 5 is 60.99.
Yeah, and as a reminder, we had to add 70,000 residents between both. So that of course has been a challenge. So Commissioner Hurtado, Vice Chair Breeze, and then Commissioner Penny.
Yeah, so I just want to understand what the motion is the vote that is being taken suggesting that we're not going to consider map 1. And if so, if that's what you're recommending, I don't see the point. I just cannot support a map that's going to leave the southeast area of Los Angeles just out in the cold for another 10 years. It's not fair. And if you want to consider, taking some more time and tweaking map 1A, I think that would be appropriate. But it seems like we're focusing on tweaking map 2. And that's the discussion over and over again. I don't think it's fair. And I did not get on this committee just to throw my hands up and go along. I'm here, and I'm not going to beat a dead horse here. I've said it again and again. My intent here is not to hurt anyone in District 2 or anywhere else. So with that, again, I just want to be clear. If you're suggesting that this vote that we're about to take is to move the new map 2 forward and eliminating 1, I want that clear, because I will not support that.
Commissioner DeHaan?
Yes, I mean, I don't know what the outcome will be. I'm just saying we got to start somewhere. Let's get, if we are getting rid of 2, we're getting rid of 2 and moving to 1A. Or if we're moving with 2, we're moving 2 forward. We'll see where the cards fall.
Well, because I apologize, but if that were the case, because I don't think we're there yet on either one, I'm more supportive of 1, but I could have just made a motion to say, hey, let's eliminate map 2 and let's focus on map 1, right? And so I think, as Commissioner Waite said, he's having a difficult time supporting either one, but there's an opportunity to do some tweaking here as well. Something that's more of a compromise. This is not a compromise.
Vice Chair Breeze.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have another question for Andrew with those numbers. And I don't know if Commissioner Penning, you were also trying to ask for the numbers to be called up again, but if you could pull them up one more time, Andrew, for the revised version. Thank you. And I see these are Latino CVAP numbers. Can you maybe scroll to the right, or do you have numbers for non-Black, non-Latinos in here? There you are. Thank you. And I just want to look at them, and then I'm going to follow up with another comment, Mr. Chair, so you could continue to go on if easier.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Breeze. And we'll go to Commissioner Penny, come back to you.
So I have a quick point of clarification, and then I just want to make a couple of comments. The question I have is that Commissioner DeHaan's proposal will mean that we would take a thumbs up or thumbs down vote on map 2. And if that does not have the support, then we would move on to map 1A. And if that does not have the support, then we would go and try to figure something else out, right? Is that accurate? Okay. So since we are moving to a vote, I think somewhat soonish, I wanted to just be really transparent about where I'm at personally after this, long and I think, thoughtful process, which I came into understanding that some changes to Board District 5 were warranted. And what I did not understand coming into this process was that our options to make changes to Board District 5 were limited by both the unusual geographic shape of Board District 7, being the harbor seat, and also by the importance of drawing Board District 1 in a way that would preserve it as an African American opportunity seat. So in that sense, we were landlocked with most of District 5 by 1 and by 7, which for those reasons, we couldn't do a lot with. I also underestimated coming into this the support among leaders in Board District 2 for preserving the integrity of their board district. This has been a challenging process and an uncomfortable one for those of us who have relationships with a lot of the different folks who are organizing and advocating for their communities. I've tried to use my platform as a commissioner to invite forward the best ideas on achieving a pathway forward and on a compromise to our table. At the last several meetings, we've had new and thoughtful ideas presented on how to solve this problem. And I just want to commend everyone who has been part of listening, bringing ideas, and reaching and trying to find a pathway forward. Tonight, I am prepared to support the revised map 2 because I do believe that it is a fair and balanced approach. I was hoping that it was a compromise that, the leaders of the Southeast communities could see themselves in. I think Commissioner DeHaan made some really important points earlier about the way that there have been very significant changes in where we are at. I believe against where we might have landed had the Southeast not gotten involved in this process in the way that you guys did. But I understand that this isn't the case and that this is not a compromise that most folks from the Southeast at this point are bought into. And for that, I understand that folks are going to be disappointed in my vote, and I'm sorry for that. But I do feel like I've looked at all the pieces on the table, and this to me is the map that makes the most sense right now. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
So I have Commissioner Lopez Ledesma, and then I know we're gonna have to come back to you, Vice Chair Ambriz, based on some of the data stuff, and then Commissioner Lundquist, and then Commissioner Hurtado.
Well, I raised my hand last, but if we're just going in the spirit of just going for it, and thank you, Chair Sanchez. I do just want to say thank you to all of the public who's been participating along the way. I mean, this has been a long process, a challenging one, COVID, remote participation, census data, which we cannot underestimate that either, and the census undercut, which was very clearly stated also by members of the public. I do also think that our desire for change, which I do believe this version of map 2 will get us to see some change in a positive way. I am glad that it's not coming at the expense of folks in our Black and Brown folks in District 1. When I think about equity, I really want to send a racial equity in our conversations, and I feel really strongly about South LA and the area that all the progress that has been made recently in efforts by students and by parents and leaders in the community to really see some meaningful change and really sort of just it's just really inspiring to see how the community has come together there. And so to disturb that, to disrupt that, that movement is harmful and has, I think, ripple effects even more so for our neighboring districts 2 and 5 and across the district, really. And so I just want to say, I stand with you, Commissioner Penning, and feel your sentiment and your comments around how challenging this decision is, and you know where we land and all of that. But just wanted to also just echo my support, and I seconded Commissioner DeHaan's motion, but I'm not sure if that was heard. So yeah, and just I tried coming up with with alternatives and talking to folks and like really hearing from people about like what is something that's better. But if better comes at the expense of communities that are already experiencing just legacies of just disparate impact, it's not worth it. It's not okay. So just want to say that.
Commissioner Lopez Ledesma. So do we have the answer for Vice Chair Ambriz before I go to Commissioner Lundquist, Commissioner Hurtado, and then Commissioner Guerrero?
Mr. Chair, I believe Commissioner or Vice Chair Ambriz has the information that she needs, but certainly I will leave that up to her.
Thank you. I did have one more follow-up, Mr. Chair. If you could, Andrew, actually, never mind. Sorry, you sent it to me. Got it.
I have a table that I could share if that would be helpful with the numbers, if folks don't mind sharing my screen. Okay.
Sure. Do you want it?
Works.
Okay, got it.
Okay. So this is the new 2, well, the revised 2 and the revised 1A, and then the 2012 is the current numbers. So you see District 2 and District 5. We don't have the registration numbers from 2012. Andrew, if you could verify these are correct, that would be helpful. But that's my understanding of the numbers that we're looking at. And I, since I'm talking, I'm just still a little confused about the motion. It sounds like the motion is actually a motion to drop 1A, because I think if we vote yes, then it sounded like we would still discuss map 2 and possibly make tweaks to it. But if that's not what if that is what it is, let's say that the motion is to drop 1A. And if that's not what the motion is, then are we saying that if we, if this motion passes, that there won't be any more discussion of maps, that this map 2 is the one that the commission is recommending, and we're done, except for the report?
Yeah. So I picked map 2 because that one, to me, felt like it had the most movement in the direction that felt like a compromise. So for me, even looking at the numbers, it felt like there was some that represented the compromise. So that's why I picked map 2. I could have also just picked 1A, but I just felt like 1A was not I just picked map 2 because that's what we were talking about, I guess. And I thought that it represented compromise. But yes, I would admit that the inverse is true. If you vote yes now for map 2, you are voting to recommend this to the city council. Like, that's the motion.
You're voting for no more discussion and to just say this is that we're done and we're recommending map 2. That's what we're voting on. That's the question we're voting on right now. That's the motion you've brought to us.
Yes. And people can vote that down, and then I feel like if you vote that down, then that moves us to a discussion about map 1A. And then we're working off of map 1A, unless that gets voted down. And then we're back at a place of talking about changes. But I just think for purposes of trying to get us to eliminate things, let's know where we're at with map 2. If that's not where people are at, then we move to map 1A. If that's not where people are at, then we can talk about changes. But I just think hearing what we've heard there seems to be some consensus on some aspects. So I just want to know if there is or there isn't. And that's the motion, and it's been seconded. So I hope we get to vote so we know soon.
Thank you
Yeah,
for the.
thank you, Commissioner Dehan. Commissioner
Yes,
Lundquist,
and,
do you have any other question? Sorry.
Just for Commissioner Lundquist, Mr. Chair, I do believe your numbers are accurate. There might be a small rounding error here or there, but overall, I believe they are accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Hurtado, Commissioner Gruel, and then we'll go back
Great.
to Vice Chair Breeze.
Well, if the motion is to see where we're at, then let me recommend that I enter a substitute motion that we vote on 1A and see where we're at.
Well, they have to accept it, Commissioner Dehan. I mean, I think we're gonna
I just
call.
want to eliminate things at this point. So let's just get to the vote. I would just like to get to the.
Mr. Chair, please, wait,
Yes,
Commissioners,
please, Commissioner
So,
Andrew, go ahead.
In terms of procedure, Commissioner Hurtado has moved a substitute motion. And so what's in order at this point is whether or not he has a second. And his motion would be voted on before the original motion.
I'll second it. I can second the motion.
Okay, thank you. So we're gonna accept vote. Commissioner Hurtado, you were discussing it. Is that your point? So we can move to the final two folks before we call the question on this?
Yeah, I mean, because again, I'm very uncomfortable with map 2, and if the idea, and that's why I asked Commissioner Dehan what her motion was, and the intent that she had was to see where we are. So I'm entering a motion, a substitute motion, that let's see where we are with 1A.
Okay.
And you know, well, again, it might not be the outcome I want, but I mean, if that's the idea, let's just see where we're at.
Okay. So now I have Commissioner Gruel.
Okay, well, that kind of put me on another, because I think in all honesty, I think I understood, and Teresa, that it was get like put 1A aside, and that we would have 2 in front of us, and then we would have the discussion, is there any movement we need to make on 2? And if not, then we'd have the vote on 2. That's how I originally understood it, but I am clarified now on how you've described it, because I think there were some that were worried about, then there would be no further discussion if they wanted to move a line or not. But I think, colleagues, I wanted to say something, because as we have all these discussions and about this, and I think, Heather, actually, you said a few things that I was very clear, which is you come in, and I did too, with what you think you know, and I believe wholeheartedly that all of the members here have come in and listened intently. I think the participation has been incredible at the public hearings and all of that, to really take into consideration, and the maps that have been drawn by Luis and Wilma and everyone else that has come forward with a variety of maps, including community members, have done so in the way in which to represent their district, their communities, their neighborhoods. But I think it is really important as we look at making this decision and as we leave here, and I just want to say this before we take a vote, which is no one member makes decisions on public policy for the LAUSD without having other members with them. So this is not one that everyone can say, well, I have this district and this is my person, and therefore that's it. It is in fact a coalition that you build. It is in fact a group of communities that have common interest. It is in fact a group of people who care about our kids and what kind of education they are going to get, and to hold all of those elected accountable, even if you live across the street from the district in which someone else is represented. And so I say that because we are all going to take a vote in a moment as a decision. And I think we get focused on what we see, and even out there in the community, that it behooves us for every one of the members, whoever is elected, is educated by all of us about the issues that are most important to our kids, and that we do hold them accountable. So not one member decides what happens in this school district. It is going to be more than that. And so I think as we take our votes, each of us are going to vote one way or the other. And for me, I listen to all of this, and I am not a resident of Southeast LA. I'm, been a Valley person, but I am leaning towards 2 for what I've heard and the history that I've seen. But I just wanted to make sure that I said this to everyone, that we are all doing this for the right reasons and making choices that are not easy. We are trying to do what we think is best for our kids, and we cannot just end today by our vote, but our participation will matter. So I just really wanted to say that to everyone as we go forward, and to thank the public for their input, because they're not all going to get what they wanted either, but to understand that that does not mean they go away and not have a voice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Gruhl. Vice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, I was planning to say similar things, like always with Commissioner Gruhl. And now, since we are on map 1, I'll maybe transition some of the comments, but I do think that they're still relevant. One, I did want to say that I think all of the feedback that we've received, the emails, the calls, the texts, I didn't get any Instagram posts, but that's okay. I do feel like, I might have even gotten like bird mail in some way about this. And I think it really does speak to the fact that there are so many people that are interested and invested in this process. We all know population numbers required us to shift some lines. And exactly as Commissioner Gruhl was just saying, these board seats are shaped to allow the representatives of those areas to speak on behalf of those areas. So however these lines are drawn, it really is incumbent upon the elected officials that we are going to be putting forward, or that community members will ultimately vote for, to hold them accountable to ensure that they are fully representing their areas and their communities. So I know that through this process, and hopefully through future engagements, all community members will hold their leaders accountable. I think one of the major questions that I've seen around here is how we could enable these communities to support their candidate of choice, while also ensuring that these communities of schools stay whole. So I want to say what I appreciated about map 1A that the chair had originally introduced, and then even the revisions that you had put forward, Mr. Chair, was the thoughtful intent to kind of be creative and think outside of the box. I think what I fully appreciate is that District 2 has said loud and clear that they were given lines drawn 10 years ago. They accepted, they adopted, they organized around them, and we saw how well their organizing has kind of come so far. And I think shifting away from those lines in other versions of maps, not the 1A map, but I think that really was in fact a compromise. And I also fully appreciate that Southeast LA does not feel represented, let alone the fact that while this is advancing to the LA City Council, the Sella community doesn't even have a voice on the City Council for which they can kind of advocate for someone to support their map, particularly for their community. And perhaps we can put that into our report, just a recommendation. But beyond that, I do know that what map 1A did was it was an attempt to try to come up with a version of a compromise. I'm not sure that it hit that mark fully. And I do think that some of the other maps that I'll maybe hold my thoughts for on map 2 really helped to meet that a little further. But what I do want to say is that I have heard that while the Sella community hasn't necessarily been wedded to just the visualization of the map and just the Latino CVAP numbers, I've heard there's a concern around registration numbers, and there's a concern about the actual citizens that are showing up to vote, and knowing that in the past, Northeast LA has come out and has great turnout and has voted for their candidate of choice versus the Southeast candidate of choice. And I think that's something that we're trying to accommodate for as well with these different iterations of the map. So I do appreciate, Mr. Chair, that you had put forward that first map, that you gave us an option in discussion, and that you've helped continue the conversation by enabling other maps to be included. So I want to say an appreciation of that process. I'm not sure if 1A fully meets that mark just yet, but I do know that the efforts for 1A and also for 2 were intended to be a compromise between both of the communities. And perhaps lastly, I'll say this, and I shared it with others before. I think all of these are probably not going to be the most ideal maps. I think we all can understand that and appreciate that. I think what's really challenging is that because these two communities, District 2 and District 5, needed to have their populations grow so much, ultimately it became a conversation where one was trying not to be a burden on the other district, and they were struggling amongst each other. I think that was a challenge, and perhaps we could have addressed that a little differently, and I hope that in the future it can be addressed, because I really don't want to see these two communities have to go head to head again. I think we're all here to embrace and advance equity. We all want to make sure that there is equal representation. As one of the speakers and the caller said earlier, the LAUSD population is a majority Latino. And as of now, I think we are arguing between lines that would allow for representation of a Latino community within these two seats. Perhaps this could have actually been a shared conversation. We do have 5 other districts that haven't shifted very much, and we could have put that on the table. Perhaps it's a different conversation, and it is one for another day. That being said, though, Mr. Chair, I do again appreciate that you've helped us in brainstorming and thinking about the best way forward for us to compromise on these different 2 maps.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ambriz. So I guess I would call it a question. So the substitution motion, can we have it repeated, maybe from District Attorney, just to make sure?
Yeah, if I can
knows
provide
what's
a little bit of guidance here. So the motion on the floor is Commissioner Hurtado's motion to move forward with map 1A. That's the first motion we'll vote on. Depending on the result of that motion, we also have another motion after that, which is Commissioner Tahan's motion to move forward with map 2 revised. So first we'll vote on Commissioner Hurtado's motion.
Thank you, City Attorney. Commissioner Dahan,
No.
Commissioner Franco,
Yes.
Commissioner Gruhl,
No.
Commissioner Hernandez,
No.
Commissioner Hurtado,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez Ledesma,
No.
Commissioner Lundquist,
I'm not yet ready to move forward with a final decision on anything, so I'm voting no.
Commissioner Rapini,
I agree with
No.
Commissioner Antonio Sanchez,
No.
Commissioner Waite,
Again, I'm not in favor of either map at this point, so I have to say no.
Vice Chair Ambriz,
No.
and Chair Sanchez.
No.
That fails on a 3 to 10 vote, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so now we go back to Commissioner Dahan's motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Dahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Franco,
No.
Commissioner Gruhl,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hurtado,
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
Come back to me.
Commissioner Lopez Ledesma,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundquist,
No.
Commissioner Rapini,
Yes.
Commissioner Antonio Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Waite,
No.
Vice Chair Ambriz,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez,
Yes.
and Commissioner Johnson.
No.
That's approved on an 8 to 5 vote, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So
We're
explain to everybody
missing
what that
one vote
means.
here. Oh, 8 to 5, okay. Right.
8 to 5, yes.
Yeah, we have 13 commissioners, yeah.
So at this point, Mr. Chair, the map before you is the map 2 as submitted by you today and accepted by the commission. And that's the only map that's before the commission at this point.
Okay. Commissioner DeHaan and then Commissioner Lund.
So I just wanted to clarify about the report process, since this is our last meeting and we don't have a report before us. I understand that we could delegate that to the executive director and to the, I guess, the chair and the co-chair. So I wanted to move on a decision about whether we could make that delegation or whether we're going to have a meeting again to discuss the report from a process standpoint. And or have a discussion now. I think there was some recommendations that have already been mentioned to put in the report. So I just want to know from a process standpoint, like where we are with that.
That's a great question, Commissioner DeHaan. Certainly, the commission has two options before it. One is to delegate authority to the chair and vice chair to review the report prior to its submission to the city council on Friday. The other choice is for the commission to actually hold a meeting to review the report. The reason why you do not have a draft report in front of you tonight is because the bulk of that report is the final map recommendation of the commission and the defense of that final map recommendation and the narrative that goes along with it, which is certainly not able to do until we narrow down the discussion. And so it will still take staff at least all of tomorrow and probably some of Friday morning to put together that report and to be able to submit it on Friday. Certainly from my perspective, I think it's more useful to delegate that authority to the chair and vice chair, but as always, we work on behalf of the commission.
Okay, so we had, I guess there's a question, Commissioner DeHaan, do you have, are you proposing a motion for that? Or you want to discuss before we do that? On that one, before I go.
Well, I guess I would, the truth is I want to know if, I'm not muted, right? The truth is I want to know if we're going to have the quorum to be able to have a meeting before then. If we are, then I'm down to do a meeting, but if we're not, since the deadline is Friday, then I would delegate. So I don't know if we could like, that's really what would guide me on that.
Well, can I ask a quick question? Sorry, could I ask a quick question, Luis? I mean, if we,
Commissioner.
We delegate to the chair and vice chair, and then the draft copy, is sent to the members, again, and ask the city attorney. And then if there is something in there that freaks everybody out or whoever, that there's a concern that they could express that to the chair and the vice chair. But I think at least to be able to share it. And are you, Harit, are you looking at me like not possible?
I'm looking at you just to say that it may raise serial meeting concerns under the Brown Act. So if the commission wishes to get together to discuss the draft, the commission should schedule a meeting to do so. If they wish to delegate that authority to the chair, vice chair, and executive director, that would be an alternate choice.
So it would be serial if I said, oh, I have a problem with this, and then Anna Teresa says she has a problem with that, and someone else said they have a problem, they were all calling the same people. Okay. I would just move we delegate authority to the chair and vice chair for the drafting of the report. I don't know if there's a second.
I'll second.
I do wish Commissioner Gruhl that they would draft it.
Yeah, not happening.
Not going to happen.
I saw the other report, it was 500 plus pages.
I will not amend my motion to take that into consideration.
Commissioner Rapeni, sorry.
There were a couple of suggestions for the report copy that relate to the number of school board districts and, a policy suggestion to increase that. And I think, I for one would love to see that formally part of the report. There was another policy suggestion that the Southeast should be able to appoint, and possibly other cities too that are part of LA Unified. I don't know what the basis would be, but that the Southeast cities would be able to appoint their own commissioner to this body in the future. I don't know if those things, Harit's probably, I don't know if those are charter changes or what, but I think that maybe there are some other ideas as well for policy thoughts that we would want to include in that report.
Those would be charter changes, but they're within your discretion to recommend.
Yeah. Commissioner Wade Lundquist Hurtado. So
first, a clarification. Have we then adopted map 2 as it is?
No, Commissioner Waite, all that we've done is we're not considering any other maps at this point, but the commission has not made a final map recommendation.
Okay. So that's good, because I would like us to talk about some issues there and how we can improve it. If that's what we're going to work at, let's improve it. But secondly, if we're going to talk about policy considerations they should consider for next time, they should most certainly have an independent commission that is not beholden to other officials. And certainly where the city of LA does not control this process, it has not been helpful, as has been noted by several of our speakers. And I would imagine after the fun they've had with their own redistricting at this point, that they're not real, the city council isn't real thrilled with this either. So, but anyway, looking forward to then, let's get to work on figuring out what we need to do on this, how we can make this better.
I mean, we do, I mean, before just process point, where I'm hearing all these different recommendations, was this be like a joint motion on adding all these things, or it would be, I mean, all these are charter changes, right? And I also want to remind folks that there's 26 plus cities, plus unincorporated regions,
That's a big commission.
Yeah, it's what I'm saying. Well, that's what we have to take into account, right? So as we kind of like, if we plot one for one, as council member from Lomita, right? And we have San Fernando, we have, unincorporated regions, we have all these places. So I'm that's just a process point, because I hear all these recommendations, some that I think I would agree with, independent and a couple other things, but some of these other things are like holding spots for folks, might be a little bit more difficult for that. So just
and
a process
Lomita
point
would
on
be
that.
2 seats because our name ends in an A, and A is good for school. So it's obvious.
There we go. I don't know, Andrew, like, is this just process?
Well, certainly I would recommend, I think there was a recommendation from Commissioner Gruhl to delegate authority on the report to the chair and vice chair. I don't believe, to the best of my knowledge, Harit, that any motion has been made at this point. Certainly, I think it would be appropriate for someone to make a motion with respect to the final report, and then to entertain friendly amendments, I guess is the best way I can describe it.
Well, so just a second, so just as the maker of the motion, I mean, I guess I assumed incorrectly that we voted on map 2. So I think that was at the beginning, I said I was confused, but then it was made clear that we were voting to not have 1A and we were supporting map 2. And now we're about sending it forward. So I don't know. I'm confused on that part of it. That's why I said delegating the authority to do the report was based on the action we had just taken. I would like us to first just say, that we are going to adopt that, and we ask them to write the report. And then I think Heather's suggestion, if there are other kinds of things we want to throw out there in a general, give some direction to, I'm ready to say I want to have, so many different members, et cetera, whatever. But I think a general consensus of ensuring there's representation from the cities of which we are, or that there's some way in which to give the sense of it versus dictating per se. But I don't know if that amending it in that way, but I was under the assumption we had already adopted map 2 and that we were just, this was a vote on the delegation. If it is not, I would amend it to do so.
So you would amend you would amend the current motion to include an adoption of map 2?
Well, let me interrupt if I can, since there is a lack of clarity on the previous action of the commission. I suggest someone make a motion to adopt map 2 revised as the final map recommendation of this commission. And if that's seconded, there can be a discussion about that. If there's amendments, there can be had. Just so we have clear action from this commission that is the majority's will, if it is to recommend that final map recommendation to City Council. After that vote, we can return to discuss the report and delegating the authority or not to the chair and vice chair to draft the report, and then general direction that the commission wants to give as the subject matter that may be within the report.
Okay. So do I have a motion to adopt map 2 revised?
I'll move it.
Second. Oh,
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion to move map 2 revised as this commission's final map recommendation to the City Council, and that's been seconded. Now we can have discussion on that.
Yeah, so I had, the hands were up and they went down. So I saw Commissioner Lundquist, Commissioner Hurtado, Commissioner Franco, and Commissioner Johnson. I'm not sure which order. So
Well, I'll
someone
just-
jump in.
Yeah. I'll
Okay,
just-
go ahead. Go jump in.
So I like what Commissioner Repenning brought up about additional district. That way that, maybe we can consider that. I'm assuming that if I made a motion for that and it's seconded and we vote on it, this would not be for anything but for 10 years from now. Am I correct?
That's right. That would require a charter change, right?
Okay, I better take care of my health then, because I plan on being here for that one. I want to see what happens then. All right.
Yeah.
But let's take care of this vote first, I guess, and then I'll come back and make that motion.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I thought the motion was for us to move map 2 forward and talk about the report afterwards. So the discussion for this motion, I thought, should be on moving map 2 forward. Am I correct?
Yes, the motion now
Yes, that's
before
correct.
us is
Yeah.
to vote on map 2 as the map recommendation of this commission.
Okay. Commissioner Lundquist, you had your hand up or back up or?
Well, I had my hand up to discuss the report, and now we have a different motion.
Okay.
So I mean, I would love to hear, Commissioner Waite, I think, wanted to make or suggest changes. Other people have mentioned suggesting changes if we're moving to move this forward, and there's discussion on that. I would like to hear what folks would like to do with map 2.
I do have a process question. Since we have a motion, since I moved to move map 2 as is, if anybody suggests something, I would have to accept it as a friendly amendment. Is that correct? Process-wise? Unless it's a substitute, I've learned tonight.
Well,
Substitute
folks can
motion.
make amending motions if they would like to the map,
But it
unless you accept it as a friendly amendment.
Or people can just bring points up as part of the discussion about whether or not to vote yes or no on this,
Correct.
on this proposal.
That's right.
Commissioner Johnson? Good.
Yes, I would definitely not like to see us make any changes to this map, since we were not able to discuss 1A and perhaps have an opportunity to make changes there if we were talking about a compromise. So I thought we voted that this was the map that we wanted. Those that voted for it, we moved it forward. And now we're at the point where we're maybe suggesting to make more changes to it. I'm just confused about how that can happen, given what we've spent all this time talking about and moving this map forward. So somebody hopefully can explain that process to me, please.
And Chair, I just wanted to add, that was my question. I was under the impression we had moved forward with map 2. So if we're doing the motion again, I think just in terms of.
Yes, because, well, it seems like there needs more clarity from folks. So now we're going to be clear. We're going to do the vote. Again, because there was an assumption that we were just moving this map forward to make changes on only this map, right? Now, from what we heard from city attorney is that if people want changes, they could do a friendly amendment to Commissioner DeHaan's motion. Of course, she would have to accept it. And then, that would be added. It's a similar thing that happened to Commissioner Franco to your motion last time around, where it was accepted to both keep 1A and 1C. So, and otherwise we're voting on at the map as revised, map 2. So, Commissioner Hurtado?
Yeah, so, I mean, I can sit here and say, this is what was made in the motion. I know what I voted for. So I'm gonna ask Commissioner DeHaan to, I mean, it was her motion, right? So maybe she can explain to us what she made the motion on, because we voted for something. So, if Commissioner DeHaan doesn't mind, I want to know what her motion was. I thought it was to move on map 2. Am I correct?
That was my motion, and then
we voted.
But I think for the record, like, let's do it. And I think in terms of, I agree with Commissioner Johnson at this point. It is almost 8 o'clock at night. We got to get staff time to write a report. We got to get it in by Friday. Any other ideas? I heard Commissioner Waite. I can respond to why I don't think that will work. I think we've played with the numbers. I think that we've done our best on map 2 at this point. And if that's where it was going, then let's just go there. That was really what I was trying to find out. And you substituted motion to see if it was going to go with 1A, and it didn't go there. So it's 8 o'clock at night, and I would just think we owe it to be consistent, at least to folks, is what I would say.
Right. And so that's to the point. And Commissioner Johnson nailed it, because we could have done this to 1A as well. But again, I know what I voted for, and I heard Commissioner Gruel also suggest that this is what she thought as well. This is what we're moving forward. And now we're debating whether, okay, now let's tweak it again. I don't know.
Yeah, Commissioner. Yeah, so I just want to clarify, because let's just do the motion and do the vote. And so just be very clear, because people thought that we potentially might have done some changes on this map. People said we shouldn't do changes in the map. I would agree, right? Because we also have to do other motions related to the report and still take a couple actions related to minutes and other things before everyone departs. So, I'll go to Commissioner Lundquist, Commissioner Gruel, and I would hopefully love to get a call to question.
Thank you. I think what happened, if I'm not mistaken, and I would love to hear from any commissioners who didn't think that we were voting on moving map forward as our final recommendation to the commission, because that is also what I understood from Commissioner DeHaan. I asked her to clarify. She said that that was her motion, that it was a motion to move map 2 forward as our final decision. And that we wouldn't have any more discussion on maps after that vote was done. That was my understanding. I think that all the commissioners understood that. I think that maybe just Andrew was mistaken about that. If there's anyone who didn't think that's what they were voting on, I would like to hear from any commissioners who were confused about the vote.
Commissioner Gruel and Vice Chair Ambriz.
I would like to call the question, which is we call the question on the motion introduced by Commissioner DeHaan.
Okay.
Vice Chair Ambriz, before we do the vote, we're good? Okay.
So we'll go to a roll call vote on the question, so we're clear.
Yes, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Commissioner DeHaan?
Yes.
Commissioner Franco?
No.
Commissioner Gruel?
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Hurtado?
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
No.
Commissioner Lopez Ledesma,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundquist,
No.
Commissioner Penny,
Yes.
Commissioner Antonio Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Waite,
Not without revisions.
Vice Chair Humphries,
Yes.
and Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That's approved on the 8-5 vote, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And Mr.
Uh,
Chair,
thank you,
I'd like to
Andrew.
take
Yeah.
my motion now that I had introduced regarding the delegation of authority to the chair and vice chair for the.
I will second that.
Okay. Any questions, remarks before we just call the
Just
vote?
do it.
Okay.
It's past my
Go ahead.
curfew.
Okay. Commissioner DeHaan,
Yes.
Commissioner Franco,
Yes.
Commissioner Gruhl,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hurtado,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez Ledesma,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundquist,
Yes.
Commissioner Penny,
Yes.
Commissioner Antonio Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Waite,
Yes.
Vice Chair Humphries,
Yes. And you're
and
welcome.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes,
And Chair
exactly.
Sanchez. Yeah.
Yes.
That vote's unanimous, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So should we just move on to minutes?
Well, wait a
That's the
minute.
next.
I'd like to, can I
Oh.
say something? I'd like to.
Oh,
go
sure,
ahead
sure,
and
sure, yeah.
make the motion to consider having additional.
Oh, yeah. Sorry
districts.
about that. Yes. Mhm.
So I'd
Yes.
like to make a motion that way we can try to see how we can break away from the north. Oh, it sounds kind of Civil War-ish, right? But no, that's or Californian, Southern California. But yeah, that's my motion to see if we can add additional districts.
I would.
Oh, additional school district. Okay.
I would second that, and maybe with a friendly clarification, just to that we direct the chair and vice chair to include the recommendation to add more districts in their report.
I accept that amendment. That's good. I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gruhl?
So I think it would be important in context, and I think that as we, because I don't disagree with the motion, I think what it would be is that we should say, as we heard from the numerous public comments and from the experiences that we had during our public hearings, it was clear that greater representation and ability to ensure that there was, I guess, I don't know, maybe that there is greater representation, that there's a consideration to have additional districts that would allow for communities, smaller communities to be represented, something like that, that is in general the context of that. Because I don't think we're going to say we want 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, but it should be, I think, in the context. And I don't know if that's a friendly amendment, Mr. Hurtado, to your, how we describe it, or if you had a different intent, and Ms. Lundquist.
No, because it's not just about the Southeast Los Angeles area. There's going to be
Right, it's about everywhere. Yeah, everywhere. Because
Yeah.
I think we heard it in the Valley too. So I think it was everywhere, which is like, if we could, we'd love to have smaller areas that just keep that, so I think that, I think it's for the entire vicinity or entire boundaries.
Yeah. Okay, great. Commissioner Waite?
Yeah, spot on. So it's not about any specific area. It's about overall how you can be more responsive, more respective, and how the board members' jobs can actually be more doable, because right now they're spread so far. Each one is responsible for what, close to, everybody's calling me. They're what, close to 1 million people in each board district? Something like that?
648K, I think.
Yeah,
648.
about 650,000.
Okay, so that's fairly ridiculous. And I think we can recognize it's just not fair to ask of them to make that work, and the number of schools that they're required to be responsible for. is pretty ridiculous. So the actual structure, I have kittens attacking me. The actual structure of how that works, I don't think is particularly important. It just has to work. So anyway.
Thank you, Commissioner Waite. Commissioner Lundquist?
I would also like the report to include a recommendation that the redistricting process move to an independent redistricting commission. And I don't know if we want to vote on all these, items that we want to put in the report in one motion, or if we want to vote on them separately. So I guess I'll ask Commissioner Hurtado if he would like to.
I'm sorry for jumping in, but I think I get the gist of it. I really think that the best way of doing it is to separate them, because one person may be in favor of one and not necessarily of the other.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, that's good. So you're gonna have a motion. So we'll Commissioner Lundquist, we could, yeah. So we'll go back to your. Before we vote on this, just one thing, just for the public to know. We will recommend this, as been said before. It will require a charter amendment, which essentially means we're going to have to put a referendum in front of. Sadly, only the city gets to vote on this, really. Because it's a charter city amendment. But that's just for folks to know. These recommendations still have to require political will from the city.
Just a point of clarification, they would be voted on by the entire LAUSD if you're changing parts of our charter.
Oh, it is. Okay, great. So LAUSD, that's good. But the city has to approve the amendment to the charter. The
city may have nothing to do with it, because the legislature may take it out of the city's hands. So I know my government's not happy with the way the process has gone. So don't be surprised if all the redistricting is taken out of the city's, each city's hands, and done differently after the experience, like with the county now with their independent commission, and the state and federal legislative districts are all independent commissions. So that's all been done by the legislature. And I expect they will likely consider that with school districts and larger cities in the next go around, because they're all looking at it now. So
yeah. Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I was just responding to expanding the board. That was what I was doing, because that does require, that's different. So let's do this motion. So it's about expanding the composition of the board, essentially. So why don't we go ahead, roll call.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner DeHaan?
Yes.
Commissioner Franco?
Yes.
Commissioner Gruhl?
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Hurtado?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez Ledesma?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundquist?
Yes.
Commissioner Penny?
Yes.
Commissioner Antonio Sanchez?
Yes.
Are you voting twice, sir?
That's my daughter, sorry.
That's okay. Commissioner Waite?
Yes, and I think we should all be required to have our children in the meeting.
Or cats.
Vice Chair Ambriz?
Yes.
And Chair Sanchez?
Yes. Okay. So I want to move quickly through these things. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that passed unanimously. Yeah.
Okay. So we had another recommendation from Commissioner Lundquist. Can we have a motion and a second and just go through that independent?
Yeah, I moved that we direct the chair and vice chair to include in their report a recommendation that the city have an independent redistricting process in the future.
I'll second.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah. Okay. So go ahead. Roll call.
Oh,
I believe Commissioner Gruhl might have.
Sorry. Commissioner Gruhl. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So I just want to understand because independence means lots of different things. So what does that mean? Is it that it is not appointed by an elected official or anyone else? It's just a lottery kind of thing, or is there other there's different ways in which the process has been done. And so not knowing 100% about what that would mean, I have a challenge with voting for it without knowing exactly the details of that. I have no problem with having independence and the importance of that, but I think the definitional part of it is really important. So unless it is more of a general that you look at ways in which it can be more independent, I may have a challenge voting for it. Because I just think the definition is going to be an important part. The devil's in the details.
Thank you. I don't recommend that we, specify a full independent redistricting process and specify all of the details, but I would say that we say in our report that we recommend an independent redistricting process similar to what the state and the county of Los Angeles have adopted, in which elected members are not appointing the redistricting commission.
I have I had Vice Chair on briefs, so I'm not sure, Commissioner Grue, you have another, is that clarity enough so we could just, okay. All right, so let's call to question. Let's do the vote.
Mr. Chair, I believe Commissioner Hernandez
sorry.
had a comment.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. So Commissioner Hernandez, sorry.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, Mr. Chair. So just for clarification, so I know you mentioned not having an elected official select the commissioners. So I'm just curious, and I don't know if you have to get into details now, but like who then would select the individuals on this commission?
So again, it would be, I don't think that we should specify all the details of the whole process at the state level. There's first, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's first a lottery to select. There's an application process of the qualified folks who are deemed qualified. There's a lottery to select the first ones, and then the ones that are selected then select the rest of the commission. This is a well-established process that has been adopted. I mean, there are different versions of it, but there are, I think, a lot of again, it's being done in a number of different cities in the state of California. It's being done at the county level. It's being done at the state level. And what I recommend that we specify is just that we don't have elected leaders appointing people to the commission, and that we avoid a situation in which we have people who are elected directly or indirectly choosing their own voters in the redistricting process.
Commissioner Hernandez, do you have any other
Yeah,
comments?
I
or
mean,
questions?
and the only reason I ask is I definitely understand your point, Commissioner Lundquist, 100%. The only thing is that I feel like a number of folks on here, we may not have self-selected ourselves, but I also really respect the fact that they are from the community, they know the community, they're leaders in the community, and I don't want to lose that aspect. So I'm wondering how we ensure that that is a part of the discussion when that commission comes into play again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I respond to that, or should we wait for discussion?
Yeah, let's go through folks, and you can respond to a couple things before we take the vote, I think. So sorry, I have Commissioner Dahan Johnson, Franco and Hurtado. Sorry if they're out of order, sorry. Okay,
So I think that I understand the spirit in which this is being raised, but I feel like it's outside of the scope of the commission, and there are a lot of details in what that would mean. I think I'd be comfortable with something that acknowledged whatever we're trying to solve with that motion. Like if it's an issue about not feeling like not every community is represented in this process because we don't have representation from every jurisdiction. Like, I don't know if that's the spirit in which we're trying to solve for, but like at 8 o'clock at night on a Wednesday, I just feel like this is taking on a really big thing that I want to think through the implications of what we'd be recommending, and also don't want the city council to get distracted by something that's not in the scope of our responsibility. And I do feel that all of us were appointed in this process, and we even had 2 representatives from the Southeast cities that were appointed, one by the city council and another by a board member. So I feel like it was not perfect in terms of full representation because there's other cities that weren't, but I do feel like for those communities that we knew going into this, we're going to have a challenge, that they had that representation. And I think Commissioner Hurtado often shared how he felt like he was given the freedom to fix his district as it needed to be, rather than what maybe the existing board member might have wanted. And I felt that in this process, everybody here, it felt like we had a very transparent process where people were representing their communities and not an elected official.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner DeHaan. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple of points. One, I agreed with the point that when you do that, you don't necessarily get the people who are connected to the communities. I've been a part, a few years ago, I applied for, the state of California. It's a very laborious process that you have to be involved in, which it's fine. But even with the lottery, if you take a look at who's selected, sometimes it's clear that there was politics involved in the selection. So again, this would be something that I wouldn't want to vote on, just so you know. And I would like to offer a friendly amendment that we say something like, explore ways to make this a process that is more independent, and just give, for example, the state, for example, others, rather than saying like the state or others, because first of all, that's a costly process. And those people, as I recall, you did get a stipend for being on those particular commissions. So I would just be opposed to something as specific as the state, the way they handle it. Thank you.
I would accept that amendment.
Okay. Commissioner Franco.
I
Then group.
I was actually going to make the same recommendation as Commissioner Johnson.
Okay.
I know I second the motion, but I was confused as to what I was seconding now. So.
Okay. Do we need clarity, Commissioner Franco? I think we're good.
Yes, can we just state the motion as is so we know?
Okay, yes. Okay.
And just, yeah, because I just second, because that was kind of what I had said earlier, was the spirit of what it was we were trying to say: ensure independence, ensure transparency, ensure representation, and that as they look towards the next time that they look at some of those specific kinds of examples, but that the goals and the missions and the values are what we're talking about is the most important part of it. And so I think a revisiting of that is what we're looking at. But so I'm hoping that how it's restated incorporates that I had said earlier as well.
So my understanding of the amendment that I accepted is that we would direct the chair and vice chair to include in their report a recommendation that the council consider ways to make this process more independent, such as a process that might be more like the state or the county process.
And I think the only thing is not only, and sorry, the only thing that I think not only independence, but diversity and access, and I think there's some of those other words are really, really important. But that's, someone else made the motion, so that would just be my added.
Maybe at the end, just saying that upholds the values of transparency, equity, independence.
Okay.
So, yes, I accept.
Okay, Commissioner Hurtado. Okay.
Thank
you.
So I'll
Commissioner
try to
Hurtado.
make this real quick. So I like the motion. I like the idea. No matter what the outcome is going to be, anytime you have a process like this, there's going to be criticism. In fact, way back in the beginning, many of the commissioners were accused that, oh, you're on here because you were appointed by so-and-so to do this and this and this. You've heard some comments, nasty comments coming to Chair Sanchez. You've heard somebody, a guy who follows me everywhere I go, look, I was appointed by Jackie Goldberg. There's no secret. She's a friend of mine. I had one conversation with her at the beginning, and I disclosed that. And that was all she told me was, do the best you can. And there was an accusation made by an individual who called in who suggested that I've always been in favor of map 2, that I'm against the community of Southgate. And this is the guy who follows me everywhere I go, suggesting that I've been in favor of map 2 since the beginning, and that I don't care about the Southeast area. So politics will always play a role in this, in the view of some people. And I think that the recommendation here might alleviate some of that, at least some of it, but it's still going to be there. So again, I appreciate the effort by Commissioner Lundquist in trying to come up with a system that kind of sort of keeps the politics out. And I support that.
Okay, great. So Commissioner DeHaan, I have a final point, and then I want to just call the question. So, okay. I mean, the only point I have to say is I really want to double down on, I think Commissioner Franco said this a little bit, and Commissioner Gruhl, is that I do want to remind folks, I don't want to recommend a model, because this is where now I could talk about equity much more clearly and race now, you know, as opposed to in other conversations. Is, as you all know, the state process, good government always sometimes falls at the wayside of equity. And there was a campaign after they chose the first level of lottery to get a Latino on there, even though they're 40% of the state, you know? And so that's why, like, I do not feel good introducing a process that to mirror when I actually have a big criticism of the state process, right? So I do feel, I believe in the values and the ideas that I think Commissioner Gruhl and Commissioner Franco spoke to, because I don't want to make the process worse, you know, than actually better, right? And so sometimes, you know, that's the only thing I would say, but I could support this motion. So let's call the question. That's something I want to.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner DeHaan,
Yes.
Commissioner Franco,
Yes.
Commissioner Gruhl,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hurtado,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez Ledesma,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundquist,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapeni,
Yes.
Commissioner Antonio Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Waite,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ambriz,
Yes.
and Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Any other motions, or are we good on this? Because I know we have still a couple other items to approve and want to get us out by 8:30, hopefully. We're good on this item. We could move back to item number 1.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Item-
I got trouble here. Unfortunately, I left my charger at work and my laptop is telling me it's almost done. So I may be
Okay.
leaving on an unannounced basis. Please, no one take it personally. Thanks.
Okay. No worries, Commissioner Waite. So item number 1, given what we did before, we have to allow public comment no more than 1 minute for this section. So it doesn't seem like there's any public comment for approval of minutes for October 20th, 2021 regular meeting. Let's wait a couple seconds. I think we're good. So can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to
Minutes.
approve.
I'll second.
All in favor? Oh, actually, roll call, sorry. Sorry. No, we can't do that. Sorry, we have to do a roll call on this one. Sorry.
Commissioner DeHaan,
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Franco,
Yes,
Commissioner
I do.
Gruhl,
Yes.
I got you. Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Hurtado,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez Ledesma,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundquist,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapeni,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Waite,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ambriz,
Yes.
and Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That's approved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. So now let's move to item number 3, commission discussion and possible action to amend the outreach services contract of North Star Alliances in the amount of $3,500 for Spanish language interpretation and service. I know you explained this, Andrew. You want to just quickly remind us what this was?
Sure. So briefly, the vendor that provides interpretation services for the city of Los Angeles was not getting paid by other departments. They were getting paid promptly by us. But because of that, they canceled all of their appointments citywide until that was rectified. So with that, we had to go a different direction to get Spanish interpretation services. As I believe I relayed to this commission earlier, the other vendor that provides those services to the city decided to not stop complying with their contract because the rates were not high enough. And so with all of that, the Spanish interpretation that we've done for the last few meetings was conducted both by North Star Alliances and Interpreters Unlimited, because they did finally release those appointments. But we spent an additional $3,500 in Spanish language interpretation services. And so this item is to amend their contract to pay for the services which have already been rendered.
Yeah, thank you. I have Vice Chair Ambriz and then Commissioner Hernandez. You're on mute.
Mute. Thank you. First, I wanted to make a motion to adopt this amendment, but more importantly, I wanted to make the comment that I think, and perhaps this is another recommendation for the report. I know we've, through many iterations, have expressed our interest in trying to be as accessible as we can to the public. And we've had, I think, repeated challenges with the translation over time. I think we've worked out the kinks. I really appreciate that the contractor stepped up and helped us find that language interpretation, and that the executive director, the outreach director, and the team really had an alternative for us at the very last minute. But I do think perhaps it might be a recommendation for the report where we also consider how we can prioritize a language access in future commissions in kind of whatever version is possible. But I do think it's really important for us to have a guaranteed language access and just general accessibility for the public, rather than us having to kind of seek out independent contractors or wait for the city to approve or not approve, or have available or not have available any interpreters for us. So perhaps that's something we might consider, Mr. Chair, as we're considering our report. And I do make that motion to amend it.
Okay. Can I get a second? Or Commissioner Hernandez, go ahead, and then.
Yeah, I just had a question regarding the timeline. Andrew, if you can just share, I know we said 3,500, but what is the time frame that we're capturing for the services rendered?
So I believe it's in, I'll have to actually look at a calendar here, but I believe it goes back over several meetings. So just give me a second here.
And to remind you, it was the meeting where we had a bunch of translators. At that meeting,
Yeah,
so remember.
like we did tonight.
Yeah.
So we're talking basically for the meetings that were held on the 13th, the 20th, and the 27th. So and the 9th, right? So basically over 4 meetings.
Okay. And I also wanted to echo some of what Vice Chair Ambriz mentioned, and just to make sure that you know, embedded in our report, we also emphasize that need for interpretation, and that we ensure that they are quality you know, interpreters, because I want to make sure that we literally do not get lost in translation. Having done a few interviews in Spanish, it can definitely be a bit of a tongue twister for some of these terms, and understanding the vernacular involved in this process. So I want to really emphasize that as well, because a few of us have listened in to the simultaneous interpretation. And so I want to make sure that it's valuable to all, regardless of what language we are bringing on board, that is a consideration and definitely part of that process moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. Commissioner Lopez Ledesma.
Thank you. I have one question that I think I already know the answer to, and another sort of just comment. Is the report translated into at least Spanish?
No, it's not. It's completely in English.
Okay. Is there a way that we can ensure that when this map and our whole process with the report goes to the council, that translation is available? That we do. I mean, I know I've encountered times when council does not have translation, and in order for people to continue participating in this process as it moves forward, I mean, it's necessary for there to be translation.
Certainly, we can request the city clerk's office to translate the document once we provide it. And it's certainly in my opinion that the commission has enough funds to pay for such translation.
Great. So I'm not sure, did we get a second on this, by the way?
I will second.
We get a second. Okay.
If no one else did.
Yeah, let's call the vote now.
I'm gonna, if I may, sir, I need to go ahead and vote yes because my computer just told me I'm done.
Before you begin voting, Andrew, could you check to see if there's any hands raised for any public comment?
Oh, yeah,
yes,
sorry.
Mr. City.
So is there any
Attorney,
public
I do
comment
not-
on this issue? Yeah.
I do not see any at this time.
Okay, you can
Give
go
it
ahead.
Just a couple seconds.
Okay.
Thank
you, Harry,
thank
for
you.
that reminder.
All right.
And thank you, Commissioner Waite.
Thank you.
Commissioner,
I
Dahan?
and thank you all.
Thank you. Commissioner Dahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Franco,
Yes.
Commissioner Gruhl,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hurtado,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez Ledesma,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundquist,
Yes.
Commissioner Penning,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Waite. Oh, sorry, we got his vote. Vice Chair Ambriz
Yes.
and Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Okay.
That's
So
approved, Mr. Chair.
okay, great. Item number 4, before we take on, is there any public comment on item number 4? Just wait a couple seconds.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Item
great.
number 4 is commission discussion and possible action to make findings to continue teleconference meetings under AB 361. I know this is the commission's last meeting, but technically, if there was ever a need for the commission to meet again, we have to make this finding under a new state law to continue virtual meetings of this commission. So this is just a ministerial item here.
Okay.
I'll move to make those findings.
I'll second.
Let me read them out and then folks can vote. And in the meantime, you can check if there's any public comment. The motion would be for the commission to determine in accordance with AB 361, section 3E3, that this commission has reconsidered the circumstances of COVID-19 state of emergency, and the state of emergency continues to directly impact the ability of the members to meet safely in person, and or state or local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing. That would be the motion that's before you to make those findings.
Great. So we had a first and we had a second, right? So can we just,
Right, and I don't see
Commissioner
any public
Hernandez, get it?
Yeah, I just wanted
and
to
then
say
Commissioner
that I hope we all get to convene in person at some point, and just have the opportunity. After all these virtual meetings, I think we know what our faces look like, but it would be great to have that opportunity.
I'll be right over, Christy.
Sounds good.
Very good. I have a jumper in my backyard, y'all. So
There you go.
There you go.
I think we're gonna need it after this.
Okay, so should we do the roll call on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Dahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Franco,
Yes.
Commissioner Gruhl,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hurtado,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez Ledesma,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundquist,
Yes.
Commissioner Penning,
Yes.
Commissioner Antonio Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ambriz,
Yes.
and Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That's approved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so before we do, we adjourn, so I have from Commissioner Hernandez, Commissioner and Vice Chair Ambriz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask if, as this process continues, I know for this portion of it, as far as our commission is concerned, our recommendation is going forward. My question is about outreach and how we'll be conducting that outreach for this next phase once it moves on to the city council. if maybe we can speak to that and maybe like Genesis role in our contractors. So can we just maybe, if we can provide further background on that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sure, Commissioner Hernandez. So the contractor and Ms. Coronado works for the commission. And so their job in terms of outreach is completed. Certainly there's a lot of documentation that needs to be done for the city, but their role pretty much ends well, certainly the contractor's role ends at the end of this week. I believe Ms. Coronado's contract goes for a couple more weeks to make sure she got a full month's worth of pay. But in terms of the commission's role after Friday is really administrative in terms of making sure that we have the contractors are getting paid, invoices are getting paid, and we're closing up the office over the next couple of weeks.
So I'm sorry, maybe I should be a little bit more clear. So I just want to know what type of outreach will be conducted to ensure that there is still community opportunities for the community to be involved and informed about next steps.
No, that's great. And I'm sure Ms. Coronado can talk about our announcement in terms of the draft map. But once again, that's not our role. That's the role of the city council. So Genesis, do you want to respond to it?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez, for your question. We'll work, myself and the outreach contractor will make sure to send out a blast email and outreach to our CBOs that we partnered with in the past and that we've continued to inform them of the upcoming meetings about the decision of the commission. If we have any dates, if the city council solidifies any dates of the upcoming public hearings and I'm still on board, I think it would be fine for me to continue to inform the community. Would that be out of my role, Andrew, or is that something I can still take on if I'll still be here until November 29th? And I know the community has had a lot of questions about what are those dates? When can we still attend the LA City public hearings to ensure that the map that we advocated for on the commission side is a map that then is adopted by the LA City Council?
Yeah, so in general, certainly, you can continue to do that in your role as the outreach director for the commission and inform the community of when those dates are. I have no idea when they are either. And so, certainly we'd want to coordinate that with the city council president's office. But ultimately, they're gonna be doing their own outreach and informing the community of this process as well.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Genesis.
Yeah, and just for Andrew, just for commissioners to know, they have to do 3 public hearings before they vote, and if they make any revisions to the map, they have to do more public hearings, right, before they do a final vote. Is that the way the rule works on the city side?
Yes. So the way that it works under the California Fair Maps Act is and please jump in if I get any of this wrong, but there are basically 4 hearings that the city is required to hold. One of them can be a public workshop or public hearing. And so ultimately this commission's work over the last several months counts as one of those 4. Once the council needs to hold a hearing, prior to a draft map, and then they have to hold 2 hearings after a draft map before the adoption of that map. And so that's the way that the Fair Maps Act works. And so ultimately the council, and this usually is the purview of the Rules and Elections Committee of the City Council, which is chaired by the council president, would oversee that process and hold those hearings.
Yeah.
Generally correct, 2 public hearings at city council at least, after they adopt a draft map.
Okay. So we have Vice Chair Ambriz, Commissioner Franco, Commissioner Lundquist, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a quick question. Andrew, can you remind me of the date by which we need to submit the report? Is there a certain time by which we need to do that? And will we put at all a draft version on the website before we actually advance it?
So the easy answer is the last one, and that's no. We're not going to put a draft up on the website because there's only going to be really one draft that you and myself and the chair and Genesis and Gladys work on. And it probably won't be ready until sometime late on Friday with your approval. With that being said, Mr. City Attorney, I don't know if there's a particular time. I just know we have to turn it in by Friday, but I don't believe that that there's any indication that we have to do it by 5 o'clock or anything in the administrative code, but you would know better than that, sir.
I will get back to you on that.
Okay. Certainly I want to get it in before dark. That would be my goal.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Franco, Commissioner Lundquist, and Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, I just wanted to take a moment to thank Genesis for her work on the outreach committee and Andrew for all of the work that they have put forth. And convening, as I know, it's been difficult to also get us all on the same page with scheduling at times. But just wanted to take a moment to just thank you for all of your work and contribution to this process.
Thank you, Commissioner Franco. Commissioner Lundquist.
I also wanted to thank all of our staff and all of the hard work that you have put in. I'm really grateful for all of you and to our chair and our vice chair and really to all the commissioners. Even though I didn't vote for the map that we put forward, I'm just really grateful that everyone worked so hard to come to a compromise. And I think everyone on this commission really listened carefully to all the community members who came forward and worked hard to meet the needs of our students in the schools, which is really what this is all about. So I'm just really grateful for all of you and want to say thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, thank you. This is an administrative question. You mentioned that the next few weeks will be winding up some of the administrative details. Will we be hearing from your staff about our emails and how to take our emails down? There was a process on putting them up. So I imagine now that this commission is winding up, that there's some period of time where we will have to, take these emails down and no longer have an email through the city of Los Angeles.
Yes, that's a great question. I'll reach out to Steve Liu from the, actually, I don't know if Steve is paying attention, but he's with us here. I can talk with Steve and make sure that the commissioners know that process. Typically what happens is that once the commission's work is completed, the ITA department at some point will deactivate everybody's email. And so sometimes that takes a little longer than others. When I left the city back in December, it took about 6 weeks. Other people that I worked with, it took 2 weeks. So it kind of just depends. But my assumption is that everyone's email will be deactivated, by the end of the year.
Thank you, because I'm still getting emails about map 2 as we speak.
I think we all are, Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah. So download if you want anything for history, prosperity, because we remember the last commissioner was like, I don't even know where any of the documents are. So someone's got to hold them. Commissioner, so I have Commissioner Gruel, Hurtado, and Dahan.
I just wanted to say thank you to our team, and that's including Andrew and Genesis and Gladys and Harit and Steve and everyone else, and to our chairs and co-chairs. It was a delight to work with all of you, and I learned a lot. And I think all of us, as indicated earlier, we're here for the right reasons to do it. And I do look forward to us all getting to see each other in person. So just wanted to say thank you to all for your leadership.
Thank you, Commissioner Gruel. Commissioner Hurtado?
Yeah, also, I think it is important that I also share my gratitude to everybody on staff and to everybody on this committee for giving me the opportunity to disagree with you in a very polite way. The only person I've never argued with is me. So there you go. I mean, it just happens. And these, give us an opportunity to share. Anytime you have two people having a discussion on something, there's that possibility of disagreement. And as long as it's done in a civil way, as I believe this was done, it's always a pleasure and privilege to have been part of this with you all. So hopefully, we can meet again somewhere. And I need to tell something to Wendy. Wendy, please don't tell Garcetti, but when you ran for mayor, I actually endorsed you. I'm a delegate to the Democratic Party, and I endorsed you.
Thank you. I knew I liked you, even though you voted against me that one time, but I'm still
I
so
know.
good with you.
But
Thank
don't
you.
tell
Phil.
him because we are friends, okay?
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Dunn.
Well, I would be remiss if I also didn't take a chance to just really thank Andrew and Genesis, all of our consultants, all the interpreters, particularly also our chair and co-chair and everybody on here. One, for giving me the grace to always try to push us to go faster. So thank you all for not for giving me that opportunity to just try to move us. And also you, Commissioner Hurtado, I will forgive you for being a Giants fan. I think we're both equally disappointed this season.
That's right. Thank you, Braves.
But yeah, well, but appreciation to everybody. It was truly a challenging process, but it was not challenging to work with all of you. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner DeHaan. So now I'm gonna do Commissioner Lopez Ledesma, Commissioner Hernandez, and then if not myself. Oh no, Vice Chair Ambrose and myself.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez, and just thank you for your service. Also, Vice Chair Ambrose and all the staff, the city attorneys, and I know we even had moments where I started off kind of snapping at you all after that whole outreach scenario. But we're here now, and I feel confident that we ended up in a place that is better than where we started. And so I think that says a lot. I admire all of you here for also, you know, all of my fellow commissioners for dedicating time to this and for really being here and really putting, you know, trying to put ourselves outside of this and, you know, constantly bringing things back to the students and their families. And that's really important. And so just gratitude and, you know, looking forward to seeing how this goes at council and, you know, looking forward to staying engaged. So, you know, hope you're all well and have good holidays and all of that.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez Ledesma. Commissioner Hernandez?
Yeah, I too just wanted to echo the sentiment. It really has been a privilege and honor to be appointed to have taken on this role. I didn't know exactly what I was getting myself into, but I will say that it was a pleasure to work with all of you and getting to know you all in a different capacity. And I also really want to uplift the staff. Andrew, I know you were burning the midnight oil and just always busy trying to take our calls. And I want to make sure to mention that. And I'm really glad with the decisions that we made with our staff. Andrew, Genesis, Gladys. I know it took us a while to get us here, but I think, you know, we really did prove to come together at the end of the day and work on this group project. And we always know group projects, you know, it doesn't always go our way. We always have our own style, but I think we really learned to work with one another. And I hope that at the end of the day, that this type of energy, momentum, collaboration also transfers over to the next phase of this process and beyond when we talk about ALA-USD and really the importance of the work that we're trying to do here to build that coalition, to build up our students and to make sure that they are productive citizens. But I also want to say thank you, to all of you as well for your public service, because we know here sitting here for 2, 3, 4 hours, 5 hours. I know my back is asking me to get up and walk around here, but I think that just really also shows our commitment to our community. And so I wanted to make sure to make light of that as well. And yes, go Dodgers, and we'll forgive you on that one. But take care, everyone. It's been a pleasure, and I look forward to working with you in future capacities.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. Vice Chair Ambrose?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know I've spent a lot of time with the executive director and the outreach director, and they've really been, I think, so open and forthcoming about finding creative solutions to address some of our concerns, some of our issues. So I did want to thank them. I think we really need to also appreciate, I know we all have, Gladys's like really quick and swift abilities in Zoom. You're a pro now, Gladys, so thank you very much. We appreciate you, and we know behind the scenes there's a lot of work. And I know a lot of the work, in fact, did happen behind the scenes in our light conversations with each other and just understanding how we could work together a little more collaboratively. So out of appreciation, I really want to thank you for the opportunity to not only serve as vice chair, but to be able to hear you all and be able to convey some of your concerns. And that really does apply also to the community members. For those others, the 25 that are still sticking with us now, and perhaps this will still go into the record anyway in transcript and in video, want to thank the members of the public that have really shown up in force and given us a lot to consider. And I think this is a time capsule, and hopefully it really is down in the record that this commission in our volunteer hours showed up for, as I'm looking at Commissioner Sanchez now, for his daughter, for Ana Teresa's daughter, for Luis's daughter, for all of these young children that are really hopefully going to benefit from the work that we did together. I think we should be proud of doing that. We are a part of history now, and hopefully in the future, they'll reflect on some of the work and considerations and collaboration we did together and think positively and take some of that work in the future. So thank you all. Thank you to Mr. Chair for allowing me to work with you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ambriz. I just want to say some words. I just want to remind us that when we started this process, we were competing with the 4 other commissioning processes in the midst of the pandemic, and we knew how challenging this was. Never did we think that we'd have hundreds of folks doing public comment, thousands of emails targeting each of us to support their maps, and so I think that's just the hard work of our staff. Genesis and Andrew, and making it all happen and working with all of us, to challenge us, to create new maps, to be a part of these ad hoc committees, to hire staff. And I'm just proud of all the commissioners. I'm not sure when we signed on, we thought that we'd be part of this process for over a year almost, but we stuck through it and we worked together and we try to make sense of it all, and so I think I appreciate all the work. I appreciate, what you in terms of my leadership and how you pushed me, as a chair and trying to work through all this process. And it was never easy. It was most of the time it was hard to make this through, but I think at the end of the day, we try to accomplish something together. So I appreciate this almost last year, working with you all, with the staff and the commitment we've made. I'm somewhat proud of what has been accomplished, especially over the last 3 to 4 months, to get all these folks activated in this process, right? And we really show that people really care. This is not just something, I think there was an assumption like this would be this would be not as important as the city, not as important as the county, not as important as the state maps. And I think the community folks prove otherwise, right? And so I think that's part of the hard work of both commissioners and the staff to lead us through this rigorous process. So I want to thank everybody for that. And on that note, I want to get a motion to adjourn.
I would like to motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you,
On behalf
Andres.
of all the interpreters, we say
Yes.
good night and good luck. Buenas noches y adiós.
Nos vemos,
Thank you,
Andrés.
Andres.
Pasos bien.
Thank you, Andres. Thank
Luego.
you,
Bravo,
Chloe.
everyone, all the interpreters.